Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 12th of April, 2022. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. This morning, Councillor Ratcliffe will be joining us electronically. Good morning, Neil. And Councillor Graham will be joining us as well on phone. And Councillor Swanson is en route and will join us in person at a later moment. You have a agenda that's been circulated. Would there be any deletions or changes to that agenda? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? All those in favor?
In favor.
Councillor Ratcliffe? I didn't catch your, did I catch a nod or anything there? Councillor Ratcliffe, can you hear us? Are you in favor of the agenda? Oh, we love electronics, don't we? It's nice to know the broadband out in BC is just as good as the broadband here. Thanks, Neil. Thank you very much. That's carried. Also, we've circulated minutes from the March 22nd meeting. Any errors or additions or errors or omissions in that? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adopt those. Again, Councillor Melhoff. All those in favor? And that's
in favor.
Carried. That's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 4.1, and that is a public hearing. So I will call this public hearing to order at, just looking for the time, I'll say 9:05. And I'll outline the process to be used today. First of all, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll take a moment to do introductions, and we'll try to do this as well as we can with our electronic means. But I'll start with Councillor Melhoff over in Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
And Sydney?
Hello, Sydney Graham on the phone with Division 2.
Thanks, Sydney.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve. And Councillor Ratcliffe? I think you're muted, Neil.
Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 on Zoom.
Thanks, Neil. Go ahead.
Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning. Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
Thank you all. So I guess I'll turn it across to Jose.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Before you is Bylaw 11-22 to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 9.88 acres from the light industrial district to the agricultural district for new purchasers to move their current farming operation to the subject lands. Council gave first reading to the bylaw on March 8. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. The subject land is located approximately 8 miles southeast of the village of Caroline along Range Road 4-5. In December 2004, the property owner at that time, Harriman Lumber and Construction, made application to rezone the 9.5 acres from the agricultural district to the light industrial district to separate the existing business from the agricultural operation that was located on the remainder of the quarter section. The new purchasers intend to move their current farming operation to the subject lands. Their farming operation would involve raising goats and chickens on the property, as well as to operate an orchard. All the products being produced on the property will then be sold at farmers markets. Their intention is to operate later a gate store on the subject lands. The purchasers have no intention to use the property for industrial purposes. The property contains a hay shed, 2 livestock shelters, a barn, 3 shops, 2 offices, and 1 ancillary building, all used in conjunction with the current business operation. The property also contains a residence and garage. Surrounding land uses are residential and agricultural. The application was evaluated against the policies of the county, and no concerns were identified. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Seeing none, I guess I would ask if you have any comments received from referral agencies.
Yes, as I mentioned, the application was circulated, and Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no concerns regarding the application. Telos Communications had no concerns either. Regional Fire had no concerns. Public Works and Operations had no concerns. Public Works and Infrastructure had no concerns. And also the application was presented to the Municipal Planning Commission on March 24th. And the Commission recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the subject by law.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would invite the applicant or applicants to speak to the proposal or add any comments in support of their request and to respond to any agency comments. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, and if I could have you introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yeah, sorry. My name's Walter. I'm one of the partners at Roosters Building and Agricultural Supply. And basically we are going to move the lumberyard to the village of Caroline. And that's pretty much the purpose of this rezoning, is to close down that business there and move it to town. And then the folks here are gonna carry on with that property in a more agricultural kind of setting.
I'm Isabel Gilbo. I'm one of the potential purchasers of the land, and we plan on expanding our existing fiber goat and dairy goat operation, as well as create an orchard and eventually be able to reap from the benefits of the harvest from the land and be able to sell it in a farm gate store instead of running from farmer's market to farmer's market. In the expansion, our goal is to be at our full potential within 5 to 7 years.
Great. Any questions from council? I guess at this time I would invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, any comment from a member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I would ask the development officer if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
None were received.
Thank you very much. I guess at this time I would ask if there is anyone opposed to the application that was wishing to speak or any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, I would ask the development officer, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
None was received.
Thank you very much. I guess at this time, I just ask if you have any, if the applicants have any closing comments.
Yeah. I don't know, it seems like, to me, like it might be an improvement to the neighborhood. Sort of eliminate all the truck traffic that we create out there in the present situation. And then the conversion to ag is pretty simple, it seems to me. Izzy's got it figured out pretty well, and the layout there seems to be almost ideal for what they want to do. So, you know, I can't really elaborate much more than that. It's just sort of, from our standpoint, actually, it's kind of a fluky, nice fit. That we find somebody that can use the property in that regard, right? So, yeah, that would be all I have to contribute, really.
Well, great. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. With that, I will close the public hearing, and we'll have no motions entertained at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that takes us to item 5.1, and that is consideration of second and third readings. And I think I'm probably turning the floor across to you, Jose, I believe.
Reeve, yes, staff is recommending second and third reading of the application.
Thank you for that. Just let me gather my stack of paper here. So I guess this brings us, I guess we consider second and third readings of the bylaw. Any questions or comments from council around this? What we will be looking for is a motion for second reading, followed by a motion for third reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is this zoned, like if we were to switch it to ag, understanding is the applicant was saying in the next 5 years they wanted to do a farm, like a farm store, farm gate store. Would this zoning still be appropriate? It's in discretionary use?
That is correct, it will be.
Perfect, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Good morning. So a few thoughts on the property. Currently, the size of the parcel, it's over the 7 acres. It's too big for the CRA parcel size, right? Which is 7 acres. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I don't see a lot of, in the current state of the property that it sits in right now, it has more of a industrial application to it. I don't see a real huge agricultural benefit to it right now. Even for the way that it's structured right now, I don't know if there could be a risk even if you were to pasture cattle there and stuff like that, of, getting hardware and stuff like that. I also don't see to be able to plant an orchard and stuff like that with the gravel pads and everything that's in place right now. So in the future, it would be nice to see if it was converted over to ag land and it actually was a successful, productive agricultural piece of land, maybe reapply and I would, in my opinion, look at it more favorably in the future if it was converted more into an agricultural type use and not such an industrial application at this time. There would be considerable tax reductions. I think it's about a 67% roughly reduction from taxes from industrial to agricultural. Is that also right? That'd be right. Okay, so, and there's also a shortage, there's not a lot of greatly developed industrial property in the county, right? So there's that there too. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just asked Mr. Riaz, the Municipal Planning Commission examined this. What was their recommendations, if you could remind me of what they had, because they delved into how it would fit within the municipal development plan and our bylaws, and I would just, their recommendation again, if you.
The recommendation was that it was considered favorably.
Okay, thank you.
So they supported that application. Okay. Given that nature of the agricultural proposal, okay. And it's going to provide, more opportunities for small farming and enhance the farmers markets in the area.
Sure, thank you for that. And I but just make a comment as well. I think we have room for all sorts of agriculturally sized parcels within our county and agricultural endeavors. I think that's been an ongoing part of our vision for our community, as well as as some of our strategic plans around development as well. I think it fits within that. Again, looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. As council, we actually don't often get the opportunity to create ag land. Most of the time we're going the other way. We're turning ag land into industrial land. So it's wonderful that we're having the opportunity to create ag land. Fiber goats, I looked into this after we heard it from MPC. This type of property would actually be ideal for them. They like lots of shelter. They like things to climb on. They don't need a ton of space. So it actually would be ideal for this type of operation. And as Reeve said, ag is in many, many different forms. Bees, for example, could probably be done in town if it wasn't such a nuisance to have all these hives everywhere. So they don't necessarily need all of that space. I would be comfortable in making a motion to recommend the second reading of bylaw 116/22.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor, would you have a comment?
Just would I be able to request a recorded vote on this?
We're always in recorded vote,
Okay.
but you can request for sure.
Thanks.
All right, I will call the question then if there's no further comments. All those in favor?
In favor.
And, yeah. And those opposed? I did see his hand go up, and I did hear Councillor Graham indicate in the positive. And those opposed? And that would be carried. Again, we're moving on to the next, which would be a motion for third reading. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Yeah, I so move to grant a third reading for bylaw 116/22.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And those opposed? And that is carried again. Thank you very much. That takes us down to item 5.2, and that is Nordegg Architectural Guidelines for the Nordegg Low-Density Residential. And again, I think I'd be crossing the room to Mr. Riaz.
Thanks again, Steve. In 2012, Council adopted architectural guidelines for low-density residential lots located in Nordegg. Based on comments received from realtors and property owners, Council directed administration during a strategic meeting held on June 28th of last year to review these guidelines to make future homes more affordable to build. Attached to this report are the 2012 guidelines as well as the proposed 2021 guidelines. Changes have been made to the following areas: repetition, porches, chimneys, fences, windows, retaining walls, primary wall materials, and front and garage doors. If Council adopts the revised guidelines, small changes will need to be made to the low-density residential district. Staff is recommending that Council rescinds the 2012 architectural guidelines and replace them with November 26, 2022 architectural guidelines. Thanks, Mr. Reeve.
Okay. So you've had a chance to probably review some of this. Any questions of the development officer around what is being asked to be changed here? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My big question was, what are some of the difficulties that people were seeing in Nordegg with the previous guidelines? And with these, like, they're beautiful, like the guidelines you guys have are very beautiful. I was curious what kind of historical accuracy, because I know that in Nordegg we were looking to make sure that the Historic Society and that group, Amanda's group, were all in the loop. Is that kind of in keeping with this as well?
That's correct. Like, we haven't changed at all the styles of the homes. They still are, the same as previously. But the materials, some of the builders were finding difficulties in finding the materials that were requested. Even the paint color sometimes is really difficult to find. Some concerns were also raised about the windows required. The windows that we were requiring were really expensive. So it was basically regarding the cost of the materials that they wanted more options.
Okay, can I follow up?
Yeah, by all means.
So these changes are not going to be making a huge impact to the actual overall look that the previous document was going for. It's just to make things more cost-effective for the buyers.
That is correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
I believe Councillor Ratcliffe has a question.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Has there been any consultation with the builders in Nordegg or the people that will be affected by these changes? Just wondering what sort of feedback we're getting.
Yes, Councillor, we have been consulting with the new purchasers and also with the realtors, and everybody was in favor of the changes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
When I reviewed what was being proposed here, it didn't look like there were a lot of sections that were being changed. Can you maybe outline what exactly is being changed from the 2012 to the 2021, I guess we're calling it?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the windows was a big item. We removed basically all the pictures. People were having a lot of difficulties trying to understand those pictures. They thought they were very static. So we removed that, and a lot of visuals were removed as well. So we had more general guidelines. That was a major change. Another change was the requirement of picket fences. We were requiring picket fences in the previous document. Now they have the option to have that. We hear from the realtors that a lot of millennials, a lot of people were not too keen on having picket fences. We also changed the appearance of the garage doors and the front doors. Now they have more options.
Okay.
The materials were also changed, but we're still retaining the fire retardant that was required previously.
Okay.
Also, I believe the retaining walls are providing now more flexibility.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Having built a house in my distant memory, I recall that windows and doors were one of those challenging areas of building a house, and sometimes, you know, it's really the face of the house, those windows and doors, and I'm glad to see that you're creating more options within that to try to still maintain what we thought was important around fire protection, the building materials, as well as giving a few more options of selecting out windows and doors. I appreciate that. Any further questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to the fencing, so we were previously requiring every house to have a picket fence, yes?
That's correct.
So if people are choosing to not have a fence in general, we're removing that ability, but if they wanted to still have a fence, it has to be picket.
It has to be picket.
So then they would then come to and look through the LUB to determine that, or where would they, or just through here and can build a fence? Like, or do they have to come get a development permit if they want to build a fence later?
It will be reviewed as part of the package, as part of the application of the development permit application, if they're requesting to have a fence.
Okay, so if they, 5 years down the road, want to build a fence, even though they're not now
They-
5 years down the road, it would still have to be a white picket fence later?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Well, the process here, I believe, is outlined through the staff recommendation is to rescind the existing 2012 guideline. So we'd maybe do this in two parts, if we can have a motion to do that, or somebody to make a motion to do that. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussions on that motion? Seeing none or hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you very much. And then the second part of this is to adopt the Nordeg architectural guidelines for the low-density residential dated November 26, 2021. Would anybody be willing to suggest that motion? Deputy Reeve Northcott? Any further discussion on that before I call that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. So that takes us down to item 5.3. And that is first reading of bylaw 119/22 for application number 0222 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I think I turn the floor across to Mr. Riaz.
Thank you, Reeve. So before you is bylaw 1119/22. The purpose of this bylaw is twofold. One is to add a new district to the county's land use bylaw, being the Nordeg Historic Core Commercial Retail District, and B, to redesignate 8 acres from the Agricultural District to the Nordeg Historic Core Commercial Retail District. The applicant is Murray Hagan, acting CAO on behalf of Clearwater County. The land proposed to be rezoned and subdivided is located around Nordeg Main Street within the historic town center. The bylaw's intention is to allow the creation of 26 fully serviced commercial retail parcels ranging in size from 0.9 acres to 0.07 acres that would actually eventually accommodate commercial buildings as well as ancillary buildings. To this date, we have sidewalks, curb and gutters, as well as underground utilities in the area, being water, sewer, and storm. Street lights will be installed later this summer. The proposed new district is really similar to the Hamlet Commercial District, but it's been tailored to reflect and accommodate the Nordic development. So the uses being proposed include medical clinics, restaurants, retail stores, breweries, hotels, laundromats, and arcades. The existing Nordic church is also located in this area. Legal and physical access to the area is by way of Center Street, Elizabeth Avenue, and Tilly Avenue. Surrounding land uses are municipal reserve, service commercial, and agriculture. No pipelines or gas wells are located in the area. In 2021, the Municipal Planning Commission conditionally approved the 26 commercial lots, but the final endorsement is still pending. We still need to submit a transportation impact assessment to Alberta Transportation. Once that is done, we will endorse those lots and they'll be ready for sale, hopefully in the fall. So the application has been evaluated again against the policies of the county, and no concerns were identified. Staff is recommending the council gives first reading to the bylaw. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you very much. Open the floor for questions. Wow. I'll have to write down the time and date. Sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry for breaking the potential record. I'm just wondering what consultation has been done in the community and with the developers about this change?
Not now, but if first reading is given today, then we will be circulating the application and the bylaw to adjacent property owners and agencies, and we'll advertise in the newspaper as well. And a public hearing will be held later.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I see that here it's the Department of Transportation. What all does that curtail? Do they have to come out and take a look, inspect this area, or do we just send them information?
We send them a referral and they put some requirements in place. In this case, they want to see a transportation study done for the Highway 11 intersection, just to see that, what improvements will be to be made in the future.
Second,
Yeah, go ahead, please.
is there any way that we can hurry that process along? Because you're saying that it's in the fall. It'd be really nice to have it in the spring, and we can have those lots ready to go this summer for people to buy.
Will be my wish, Councillor, but we currently have engaged MPE who's doing the engineering study. And that takes time. They have to collect data, they have to review the intersection, provide some samples, and give all that information to us, and we'll pass it along to AT.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? I did have a chance to take an opportunity for a self-guided tour of Nordegg, and it's very exciting to see the work that's been done there. I think it looks very attractive, and a lot of possibilities coming up before us, I believe. So
We do have a lot of interest in these lots.
Okay, any chance, further questions? Hearing and seeing no requests for questions. The recommendation here is that we would consider granting first reading of application or bylaw 11922 and proceed to a public hearing. So I'd be entertaining. Councillor Cermak was first up. Any further discussion on that? I'll call that question then. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. So one of these rare moments today, I think we're actually ahead of schedule. I know we have a 10 o'clock, and can we skip ahead to item 6.2? Would that be possible? And that would be the Rocky Mountain House Clearwater Caroline Regional Vision Statement Project. And I think we have some background information to be presented by that, and I'd go across the room to Mr. Hayden.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid, and good morning, council. So in terms of background, Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, Caroline Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee was tasked by each of the councils to create a draft shared vision for regional collaboration opportunities within each of the municipalities within the region as a whole. On March 3rd, 2022, the committee directed administration to research facilitator consultant availability and bring back estimated costs for assistance with the project. On March 31st, the committee reviewed quotes received from 3 consultants in response to the attached request for a quote. And the 3 names are listed there as well as their base price. And in addition to that, other prices were provided for additional services. So the base price included a half-day workshop with the committee, includes preparation of a final vision statement document. And coming out of the committee meeting, 2 resolutions were passed. The first by Mayor Page, that the ICC recommends that each respective council approves hiring Barbara Peterson Facilitation Services, Inc. as the consultant to assist the committee with creating a draft shared vision for regional collaboration opportunities. The second, moved by Councillor Hutchinson, that the ICC recommends each respective council approves cost sharing a maximum total amount of $20,000 for Barbara Peterson Facilitation Services, Inc. consultant fees to be divided 45% from the town, 45% from Clearwater County, and 10% from the Village of Caroline. The committee is recommending Barbara Peterson Facilitation Services, Inc. is hired, and the following options are added to the $3,500 fee for an estimated total of $13,400 plus travel expenses and GST. So those additional services would include consultation with councils and stakeholders, a wrap-up presentation, and strategic planning session. Committee is also recommending that the total fee, up to a maximum of $20,000, as mentioned before, is shared on a percentage basis, 45% by each of the town and county, and 10% by the village. Administrative recommendations, that council hires Barbara Peterson Facilitation Services, Inc. as the consultant to assist with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee with creating a draft shared vision for regional collaboration opportunities, and that this council approves Clearwater County's 45% cost share, which would amount to a maximum of $9,000, again for Barbara Peterson Facilitation Services, Inc. for consultant fees.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If an amalgamation process was to start, continue, or whichever phase we're in that, how will doing this process affect that?
Councillor Melhoff, I would suggest that this is an excellent complement to that process. I think that vision would serve as a basis for negotiation and conversations going forward towards amalgamation. So I think this would be time and energy well spent towards that purpose.
A great opportunity to start building a regional vision rather than independent municipalities.
Absolutely.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Just a little more clarity in regards to the process of this. So it states like a half-day get-together with the ICC first, and is with some consultation with each and individual council and stakeholders. Do the councils get to identify certain stakeholders like we've done with our strategic plan, or is that just going to be identified through the ICC?
No, I believe the councils will have an opportunity to make that identification, and then I would look to the ICC to give direction to the consultant going forward.
Any additional questions? Seeing, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. Where would for our maximum $9,000 portion, where in our budget is that being allocated from?
I would suggest that it be charged to council.
Okay.
expenditures.
Perfect. Thank you.
And that, I guess the question I would have, that breakdown of the 45, 45, 10, that has been kind of a traditional breakdown in similar type endeavors?
It has indeed, and that information was shared with the ICC as well in determining that they would like to be consistent with that percentage split.
Okay. Any additional questions? Councillor Swanson.
Expected timeline for this, because I know we had talked earlier that we would have liked to have this done by June. Is there a talked about timeline for when this would be done?
I understand the first draft would be expected at the June 9th ICC meeting.
Okay. So a couple of recommendations here. First is that we would approve as a council of hiring Barbara Peterson, Facilitation Services, as the consultant. And then a second recommendation is that council would approve that the cost sharing of this endeavor. So looking for a motion to one or both of those. Councillor Swanson.
Sure. I'll make the first motion that council approves the hiring of the Barb Peterson Facilitation Services as a consultant to assist Rocky Mountain Hills, Clearwater County, Caroline ICC Committee with creating the draft shared vision.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And the second recommendation there, would anybody be willing to make a motion to that effect? Councillor Melhoff. All right. As recommended. Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, I think probably an appropriate time here now, we can take a short recess. We need to be back here for 10 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, after our short recess. We will be moving on to item 6.1. Before I do that, though, I will need to have a motion to authorize Doug Griffiths, Heather Thompson, and Courtney Borst to participate in our regular meeting via electronic communications. Looking for that motion. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried. Cindy, are you there?
In favor, sorry.
Thank you. And with that, I guess we would welcome Doug Griffiths attending electronically with us this morning. And we're excited to hear what he has to say around our 2022 to 2026 strategic plan and an update on that, that effort. So good morning, Doug.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. This has been a fun process. Courtney and Heather both apologize they can't be here. Courtney actually has some childcare issues, and Heather is busy working on another project. So they're both sorry they can't be here. So is it okay? I thought I would go through the plan. I've got this screen sharing. You can all see it. So I thought I would go through it in a robust fashion, since this is a public meeting and all those who are members of the public who are watching won't have had a chance to see this, so I can provide a little bit of background and read through some of it, if that's okay.
That would be terrific.
Excellent.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. So we were first contracted by Clearwater County to work on developing a strategic plan with some targeted public engagement. We generated a list from some folks that we talked to. You provided a few names to get us started. We scanned the internet and social media, and every time we interviewed someone, we asked if they had more people we should interview. And so I think we got to 31 targeted interviews, one focus group, and there is one more group we're meeting with tomorrow to gather their feedback about key issues, not specifically about the strategic plan because we didn't present it to any of them, but about key issues in the municipality and the region and what they thought needed to be done moving forward, what sort of opportunities there were, and what sort of challenges. I do want to apologize. I made a mistake. I wrote down Clearwater County Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. For some reason in my head, that was 4 years, but of course it's 5 years, 22, 23, 24, 25. So it should say to 2025. So we'll get that corrected. So I'm going to start with the short version. Through this, we did 2 different versions. We did the previous strategic plan that Clearwater County had. And we did a version that mirrored that was a continuation. And of course, with most of our municipalities now, we do a short version. A strategy is meant to be something very targeted and very focused. And so we put them on 2 pages to make sure that people can clearly understand what is going to be transpiring in the community going forward. So the vision statement. Our communities are connected to our appreciation for and stewardship of our natural beauty, our economic prosperity, our quality of living, and the diversity of our wonderful people. Now, that is a vision statement that is meant to be shared by any other organization because it is not simply the vision Clearwater County Council and administration have for Clearwater County. It is a vision that we crafted after we did the public engagements, talked to you guys, to administration. And so any volunteer organization, any organization within the region, within the municipality could adopt the exact same vision. And it's hoped that every organization has the same vision because if organizations are all going in different directions, you'll have a disconnect which will weaken your efforts to try and grow the municipality and make it sustainable and prosperous in the years to come. Now, the purpose statement is the purpose of the municipal corporation, what its purpose is in helping to achieve that vision. So again, after clear articulation with the focus group and with our meetings and our meeting with you as council and administration, you wrote your purpose is through proactive municipal leadership and regional partnerships, we will invest innovatively to generate and support economic and population growth that positions Clearwater County for a sustainable, prosperous future. Now, that is the purpose of the municipal corporation to help achieve that vision. We also, as you're aware, take you through an exercise to determine what you value most. Now, I know some people in the public will on occasion push back and say, I don't see seniors in here, so you don't value seniors, you don't value young people, you don't value. The reason why we encourage municipalities to do this is because many of them have value statements or list values that are, quite frankly, obtuse. We have seen other consultants, I guess, post a PowerPoint that has 20 different values on it and everyone votes, and you wind up with accountability, transparency, and integrity. And as you've heard me say before, that's fluff. It doesn't mean anything, and it's nothing to do with the strategy about moving the community and the region forward. Because frankly, if your strategic plan says you're going to be accountable, it's redundant. You're an elected council, of course you're accountable every 4 years, whether you like it or not. So you don't need to say you're accountable, because you will be. Transparency, in the potential event that a new developer shows up and wants to build something, wants to do some commercial development, wants an agriculture processing facility, wants some new environmental technology integrated into your economy, they will likely share proprietary information with you to show them what their needs are, to see if you're compatible. You will not be allowed to share that information. And of course, the second you're not allowed to share that information, you're not transparent. So declaring you're transparent, of course you are for everything you can be, but there may be times you can't be, just out of good judgment. So that's weak. And then the last one that always makes me laugh is the integrity. And as my grandpa always said, anyone who tells you they're not a liar is a liar. Not because everyone is a liar, but because we tend to project on others what we know about ourselves. So only liars tell you they're not liars. Honest people don't feel compelled to tell you that. They think everybody's honest, which is often why they get taken advantage of. So those have nothing to do with moving a strategy forward. We did a lot of hard work on this, and I have to say, I really appreciated the discussions council had about where your priorities were going to lay and where you were going to focus and what you valued. So you chose economic prosperity, to grow the population and economy by attracting people, investment in business and industry. Cooperative alliances, which means partnerships with your municipal neighbors, but also other economic development alliances, neighboring municipalities, and not-for-profit groups and other organizations, including potentially schools and healthcare in your region. You realize the value of those cooperative alliances. Environmental stewardship, of course, any development that happens, you showed a sound appreciation for ensuring that you don't lose sight of what makes you unique. And your brand, Clearwater, is not just your name and not just your logo. It really is associated with who you are as a municipality. People appreciate the ruggedness, but they appreciate the natural aesthetic and the environment. So you obviously declared one of those, what you value most. Community social growth, just ensuring the health and well-being of your community and its residents is paramount, which frankly is not done enough by other communities. So I really appreciated that you raised that one. And finally, fiscal responsibility. You recognize that citizens in your communities, in your region, have an appreciation for sound fiscal management. And you yourselves talked a lot about how you didn't want to burden future councils, future generations, or the communities going forward. So these were the 5 what you value most moving forward. I thought one of the most exciting parts was the story. Now, I can't think of another group that does, another set of consultants that does a story as part of the strategic plan. But a story is important, because if you don't know where you were, where you are, and where you're going to, then it's going to be impossible to market yourself and communicate what your values are and what's important to you. So we spent a lot of time working and crafting in consultation with you and administration and in the public engagement process about what the story is. And you'll note that the first paragraph is who you were, the second paragraph is who you are, and the third paragraph is who you're going. And I would just like to take the opportunity to read this for you, because it's very important. And I think somebody had mentioned previously that a really good acting voice could add the punch to this, and you could hear it, you could see it in a marketing campaign. There are few regions more renowned than Clearwater for our richness and diversity and natural beauty, resources, and culture. Famed explorer David Thompson introduced our region to the world over 200 years ago, and his adventurous and entrepreneurial spirit forged our modern day community. We've grown by attracting those looking for natural, authentic lives where they can connect to the land, to their neighbors, and to their own souls. The clarity and connectedness Clearwater provides has historically been the driving attraction to people from around the world. That allure still draws people to our communities today. Much has changed in the past century with the addition of growing communities, globally connected transportation nodes and networks, bustling business opportunities, and innovative industries. Yet we still retain and protect our natural attractions and cultural treasures. Clearwater offers up world-class fishing and hunting, yet our wilderness areas and ecological reserves transition beautifully into our beloved Banff and Jasper National Parks to the west. Our traditional natural resource industries are changing and innovating with new diversified agriculture businesses and environmentally friendly energy production, while also ensuring we maintain plenty of room for residents and tourists alike to enjoy our unique natural beauty and heritage. Clearwater truly offers prosperity at your own pace. As the perfect backyard destination with endless recreation and proximity to urban centers, we continue to draw in visitors. But more and more, these visitors wish to become residents. Everyone has a reason to love here, but now they're finding a way to live here. They are excited by new innovations in traditional industries that help protect our pristine environment while also creating jobs, entrepreneurs, and sustainable prosperity. They feel like they belong in our diverse communities where they are welcomed like it has always been their home. Clearly, opportunities abound in Clearwater, where we grow and live and prosper together. I get goosebumps when I read that. I know I wrote it, but I love it. It's so, it's perfect for you guys. So then we take you into the milestones. Again, this is still the short version. Now, the milestones are meant to be, just the word says, they're a marker on your path to success. So they say you've achieved something. And a lot of strategic plans don't do that. They say things like engage young people, get young people more active in our organizations. But you don't know how to measure it. You don't know when you've got there. You don't even know how to do it. So we have milestones. In the longer version, you'll see we have some activities that underline those two so that you can see what you're going to do to achieve that. But again, it's meant to offer flexibility so that if some of those activities don't work, you go around them and figure out a way to still achieve those milestones. And so these are one of the most important aspects of a succinct strategic plan. So you narrowed them down to 4. We did originally have 5, but the marketing and communications component really does integrate well in the milestone 2 with growing and diversifying the economy. So we incorporated that in, especially after some of the consultations we had with your administration. So the first milestone, and it offers up a pathway to milestones. Building partnerships and relationships was number 1. You talked about regional growth and service initiatives, primarily with neighboring municipalities, engaging First Nations and building relationships with them, provincial and federal government advocacy, which is so critically important because you are not an entity unto yourselves. And a lot of what the federal and provincial governments do impacts your potential for success. And your last one was local community organizational partnerships. And that was through our conversations where you kept highlighting the point that the municipality, and I appreciated this, is not the corporation is not the single entity that's meant to build communities. It requires volunteers, it requires healthcare, it requires school boards, it requires all sorts of organizations working in tandem and partnership with the municipality. So extending some of that those relationships is critical. Milestone 2, growing and diversifying your economy. You focused on an economic development strategy and coordinating that. You did talk about with the region. The Nordeg growth initiatives, which is incredibly important. It is in all of our analysis when we went through the municipality. And I spent my whole childhood right through till middle of university going out to Nordeg virtually every summer. It's still one of my favorite places on earth. And I haven't been out there since I was in university, which is a lot longer ago than you might believe. So my family and I are planning on going out there in probably early June. We booked off some time. And we're looking forward to going out there and exploring again. And of course, brand and story outreach, which we'll flesh out a little bit more with some of the actions, but it's about the marketing strategy, because you guys cannot be one of the best kept secrets in Alberta anymore. You owe it to the rest of the world to let them know where you're going and what kind of quality of life you're offering. Milestone 3 is built upon that with innovative planning and development. Specifically an agriculture master plan, so you know where valuable agricultural land is, and you can ensure its continued agricultural use, but also knowing, next up, commercial and industrial, where that can take place. And there will always be some conflicts, but at least having a keen understanding and awareness through the agricultural master plan will allow you to determine and assess how your commercial and industrial development could take place. Of course, your municipality, your administration is doing great work on area structure plans for each growth hamlet, and that work is going to continue. It's made a lot of progress since your last strategic plan, and so you should be seeing some of that coming down the road shortly. And then a municipal plan development review, which pulls all of these aspects together, and some of that is being undergone now. And finally, the capstone on it all is the financial stewardship, and some of the milestones will be a restricted surplus policy development, which is incredibly important. Most, this is for the public, it was a requirement, I think about 15 years ago, that every municipality incorporated tangible capital assets into their financial statements, essentially so that you could depreciate the assets you had appropriately and account for it on the books. And now all municipalities are moving towards the asset management policy and development and a restricted surplus policy development, so that you know the process for replacing the capital assets once they're depreciated, and have a financial plan in place to take advantage of that. Otherwise, you wind up with curling rinks that have exceeded their maximum life expectancy and need to be replaced, but there is nothing in the budget accounted for to replace that. So it's not meant to put all of the money away. It's just meant to make sure you have a policy in place for managing your assets and your restricted surplus. And then, of course, an operational capacity review. And I know that we had talked about a service level review quite a bit in a lot of conversations with the administration. The challenge is not your service levels. The challenge is the operational capacity to deliver those services. And so, I mean, they had some really bright spots. You guys really do have an exceptional administration doing some really good work. I talked about the service levels. An operational capacity review needs to be done before the service level review. So that change was made. Now that's the short version. If you look, that actually fits on one two-sided page, so that every councillor, anyone in the public can print that off. They can stick it to the fridge, and then they can see as your milestones are achieved, they can actually check them off. It makes it clear what your vision is, what your purpose as a municipality is, the story you're trying to make a reality, and then the milestones you're going to achieve to get there, all based on what you value most. The longer version of the strategic plan, which we also did for you, incorporates some of those nice things, like a message from council about what you're trying to achieve. It still incorporates your story, the critical elements, your vision and your purpose, but it adds, if you see at the bottom of the page, it explains what a vision statement is and why it's important. So essentially what I'd said, that this could be shared by the whole community, and everyone should share in some sort of vision like this, and adopt it, and then come up with their own purpose statement to say how they're going to achieve that vision. So and then it clarifies what a purpose statement is. And just for the record, we say a purpose statement. I say it because mission statements, people write them, and vision statements and mission statements start to look the same. And I think purpose statement articulates very clearly what your purpose is as a municipality to help achieve that vision. It just helps with a better distinction about what you're trying to accomplish and where your role is going to be played, especially so that the members of the public don't assume you're responsible for everything in the community, because you're not. You're responsible for the municipal corporation and its role and function in achieving that vision. And so that's in there. It articulates what we believe in. And I'll read that for you because I think it's important. If you don't articulate what you believe in, then people will question your motives. We believe people want to live in a connected whole community. They want good jobs and business opportunities while protecting the natural beauty and maintaining the quality of life that attracts so many to live here. To attract new families, new businesses, and new industry, we need to invest strategically and responsibly, but in a way that also ensures we are resilient, adaptable, and prosperous. We need focused regional marketing that ensures our amazing story and opportunities that shares our amazing story and opportunities with the world and our citizens to celebrate what we offer. And then there is a longer explanation in this version, of course, the longer version, of those 5 values: economic prosperity, cooperative alliances, environmental stewardship, community social growth, and fiscal responsibility. There's nothing new in there. It just, it adds on not just a description of it, but about some of those activities that follow in the milestones. A description of the milestone, and I love the graphic that your communications department put together for this. They did a wonderful job on this as well. That shows, not that it's meant to be a progression, but you begin by building partnerships, you diversify the economy, you build innovative plans so that the economy can build upon it, all while maintaining fiscal stewardship. It really shows how these are connected. And then we get down to, again, these are still the same 4 milestones: building partnerships and relationships, growing and diversifying your economy, innovative planning and development, and financial stewardship. Under some, though, we articulated some very specific actions that you wanted to identify that you're going to be working on. So there are like minor milestones that people will be able to say, great, they're making progress. Of course, the regional growth and services initiatives, finding a common ground document on economic development with neighboring municipalities and municipalities within your boundaries was identified. Modernizing and updating existing shared service agreements, which you do have in place, but there's always a good time to find out what new opportunities exist, especially post-pandemic. And then joint development areas, which that was specifically identified by the administration, that you do have a JDA to the north of Rocky Mountain House that is a great opportunity to reinvigorate, revitalize, and there may be new opportunities for joint development areas, especially if you're working on regional growth. First Nations, some of the particular actions that were articulated were the Truth and Reconciliation, the TRC discussions and engagement. We found most municipalities that we've worked with are eager to start to have some of those discussions. It's not meant that any particular action is going to come out. As we always say, you really need to start just having a conversation and coming up with some shared understanding and building some of those relationships that are built on trust, not necessarily contracts. And then your administration was great in identifying that you do have a lot of Indigenous cultural partnerships and do a lot of celebrations already, but they were supportive of continuing to articulate those partnerships and those celebrations. And we're excited that this new council wants to incorporate this into your strategic plan and remain active partners in helping to continue to promote those and participate. Provincial and federal government advocacy, there were 3 key areas that we discussed around that. Grow and expand corridors, corridor routes, namely Highway 11, Highway 22, the development through Nordegg, House Pass. I mean, there were so many of them, but that is so critically essential. That is base core infrastructure for economic growth activities. So it's important that you continue your advocacy. Broadband investment. Now, this is not your broadband project. This is encouraging the federal government, who declared broadband to be an essential service, to continue to create programs and provide financial resources to help municipalities like yours who are looking to expand broadband and ensure that that base network is still there, that ISPs could build upon. And then improved health supports, including mental health and end-of-life care. I was impressed, came particularly in the focus group with the discussions about end-of-life care, the number of people that are being estimated to pass away every year. Your hospitals don't have the capacity for that. So continuing to advocate, especially to the provincial government, for end-of-life care and mental health. I'm a rural Albertan, and I know we're tough I broke my femur a few years ago in a boating accident, and I was tough. I didn't cry, I didn't pass out. I had to swim halfway to shore without one leg to get there so the ambulance could pick us up. Yeah, I'm tough. Rural Albertans are tough, but that doesn't mean I didn't need a doctor to set my leg. And it's the same with mental health. We say we're tough. It doesn't mean we don't need the services to help us repair. So I was really excited that those two were particularly identified. And then, of course, local community organization partnerships. And you specifically identified 3, not that this is exclusive of others, but to work with on our partnerships with artistic organizations, because frankly, Clearwater is a place, you guys have a lot of very artistic, creative people. In fact, I don't know if you guys know, you have well above average educated folks too. There's just a lot of folks who appreciate your region, and it draws a lot of artists in there because of its beauty. Your historical context, I mean, we put in the first paragraph about David Thompson and being one of the people that first put Clearwater County on the map. And so you've got a lot of history to celebrate, and then culture. You have amazing cultural diversity. In fact, I'm going to tell you that the mayor of Caroline was very articulate in the incredible diversity of cultures that you have in your region, which I think, which is why you guys identified that it continues, it should be celebrated. And then under the second milestone, economic development strategy, you talked about diversified agricultural investment and attraction. Traditional agriculture is very important, but their agriculture is evolving and there are a lot of amazing new opportunities. So you identified that. Agriculture and Sporting Event Center. And administration was great to point out that there is actually a really good plan pretty much developed for a larger all-encompassing center, not just for agriculture, not just for sports, but a community center. And they were very excited that that was identified in the strategic plan, because I think they'll be bringing it back to you for more discussion. The joint development area that exists now and new areas were identified. A customer service focus as well. How can we help? I'm glad you guys embrace this. Every municipality, we always encourage to have a how can we help sort of customer service focus. We all think we are very business friendly, but that very first impression when someone walks into the town office, walks into a business on Main Street, walks onto a baseball diamond, walks into a hockey arena, that whether or not they get smiled at or get frowned at says a lot to them about how really open for business you are and how welcoming you are. So I'm glad that you guys identified that as a key initiative. Nordeg growth initiatives. We had a lot in the original plan that we continued to narrow down and pull together. Namely the transition plan for commercial core and residential housing. There's a lot of new development going on in Nordeg, a lot that will continue to come, but there were questions about where is this going? How do we get from where we are now to where we're going to? And the administration was very supportive of a transition plan that articulates that so that no one is wondering what the next steps are in a Nordeg growth initiatives. A unique tourism marketing initiative. Nordeg really is quite unique and has amazing potential. And are figuring out exactly how you're going to market that potential in Nordeg, because there are many aspects of tourism and sometimes they can come into conflict. So is Nordeg going to be a traditional camping sort of place? Is it going to be a glamping place where that's a whole different kind of camping? I know from taking my wife camping. Or is it a spa focus? Like, is it something a little even more advanced? What are you going to be Revelstoke? Are you going to be Banff? Are you going to be Canmore? How do you want that to grow and evolve? So that was identified, ensuring that it's a unique tourism marketing initiative, what it would look like. And then a business attraction initiative, because there are a lot of businesses, particularly that Nordeg needs. We always articulate that instead of saying we're open for business and waiting for people to show up, sometimes it's better to identify the next 3 most important businesses the community needs and using that as your marketing strategy. You'd be surprised at how many people will read that, see that marketing strategy and say, well, I want to be the first. And then you actually can have a competitive process for attracting those businesses into a community. And then the brand and story outreach. We talked specifically about an ambassadors program that could include people from within the municipal corporation, so employees, but also people outside from different communities. Because as we've said many times before, if the province was to give you $1 million for marketing, but everyone in Clearwater County is telling a negative story, then the money will be wasted because all people will hear is that negative story. But if everyone in your community is celebrating the amazingness of your community and the communities within Clearwater County, then the province could give you $1 million and you won't need it because you will never get more effective marketing than the story people tell. And starting that story helps with an ambassadors program. So pretty excited about that. And then a nuanced local brand approach, identifying that Clearwater County's marketing will be distinct from Nordeg's. It's a different story. It will be distinct from Caroline's and distinct from Leslieville's and distinct because each community is unique. So it's not a one sort of brand and one story tells everything. You need to be able to drill those down a bit to tell about the diversity, because when you attract people to the community, they'll figure out which one works best for them, as long as you can tell those stories. And then under the Milestone 3, these didn't need any sub actions. They really tell the story themselves. The agriculture master plan, commercial and industrial development master plan, area structure plans and municipal development plans. And under financial stewardship, again, the restricted surplus policy development and the asset management plan, along with an operational capacity review, are paramount to your milestones to achieve this strategic plan. And then, of course, a great story. I still like this when we did it. The conclusion is just the beginning. It's all of the strategy is going to build the Clearwater County that we heard so many people talk about, that we heard you talk about, that we heard your administration talk about. There wasn't anyone that we interviewed and talked to that didn't understand and appreciate the amazing region that they live in and its potential. And there isn't a single person that wasn't ready to participate and help make sure that Clearwater County is successful going forward. So now, the floor is back to you. I appreciate your patience in and Courtney joined us. Thanks, Courtney. I appreciate your patience in letting me walk through this for the public, and I'm open for any questions you may have.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Doug. I can tell you I share those goosebumps. I really excited how this has come together in both the Reader's Digest version and the longer form. I think it's excellent. And I'd appreciate the comments from the rest of the council. So I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, Doug, I love it. I think it's great. I've loved it all along. You've been wonderful to work with throughout this entire process. I am curious, you mentioned the 2002 to 2026. When we first got elected, we have to do budget within within a month. We have to work on budget. I'm curious if leaving it at 2026, would it all be possible so that we can give the next elected officials the opportunity to, they're already going to be basing a budget on the previous council strategic plan, give them an opportunity to get fully oriented and then get into a strategic planning environment. I'm not sure if that's even possible.
That's an excellent question. It is honestly why I put 2026, thinking, okay, this will take the next council half a year to a year into their first year's mandate, because I know when you get elected in October, you've got to deal with the budget. You don't have time to do a strategic plan that doesn't come along until the spring, like you guys have done. So I thought it would extend it enough. Honestly, it's whatever you guys want to put. If you want to change it to 2025, you can. If you want to leave it at 2026, I think that would be entirely appropriate too. It's not meant to be that. I mean, I always say to people, especially the public, don't think that this is entirely prescriptive. This is a guidepost, and it's meant to show you all where you're going. And so some of it might not be done until 2027, just like the last one, and carry over into a new strategic plan done in 2026. So if you want to say 2026, that's entirely your prerogative. Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll go.
And it's why I did it that way. So I do appreciate that.
Super. I'll go across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And thanks, Doug. I agree with your observations. Maybe just for clarification for the folks listening as well. The previous council had approved a strategic plan that covered the year 2022. But this council discussed it and decided they wanted to put their own stamp on a path forward. And so a resolution was passed, and I believe the resolution refers to 2022 to 2025. But as Doug said, it's entirely up to this council, whether you would like to cover the term of this council just past the next election in 2025, or if you'd like to put that additional year's buffer in there and leave it up to the next council, how they would like to approach that. So it's completely in your hands.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions? Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Good morning, everybody. Still not too far into the term as a councillor here, but observed lots and still learning. But I've seen that there's lots of plans for everything. There's master plans, there's development master plans, there's area structure plans, there's municipal development plans, tourism master plans, strategic plans, and I'm just wondering. I understand that there's legislation and stuff that requires municipalities and for this to happen. But just by some quick numbers, I just Googled roughly how many municipalities are in Alberta, and if it was, just for an example, on a strategic plan, if each municipality was to spend $50,000 on a municipal plan, or like a strategic plan, that would equate to about $17 million. And there's lots of plans, and it was kind of neat at the one, at the Economic Development Conference, there was one of the presenters that did say that there are lots of plans that are sitting on shelves created by the government. But I'm just wondering if there's lots of residents and there's lots of people that I talk to that have never heard a lot of these plans. And I'm just wondering if they actually work, because there are a lot of amalgamations, dissolutions. The Alberta debt is over $100 billion, or right around there. It's an industry really on its own. And I'm just wondering if it's leaving the rest of society short in areas where employers need employees. So there's also deteriorating infrastructure throughout the province, but there's a continued investment in plans. This is just something that I've observed. Thank you very much.
I do appreciate that. I will say that in all of our public engagements, the conversations we've had, even our conversations with you as a council, one of the biggest issues in the municipality is how you're going to do development. There has been resistance to solar farms. There's been resistance to alternative agriculture. There's been resistance to commercial development. There is the appreciation and concern for ensuring agriculture where land is quality and worthy of agriculture, that it continues to be used for agriculture. And so the biggest the issue I think that you guys have had over the last generation is that you don't have an agriculture master plan. And without an agriculture master plan, every argument is, no, that's agricultural land, you can't do anything. And yet your municipality gets, what, 2% of its entire revenue from agriculture, 40% from commercial development, 50% from linear assessment. At some point, just as a former minister of municipal affairs, I argued many times that some government would come along, some minister, not me at the time, but some minister and some government would come along and cut MSI funding when there were budget crunches. And we've seen MSI funding cut in the last 4 years due to budget crunches. At some point, if linear assessment disappears because the province decides to take it over, or those pipelines cease to operate, you're going to lose 50% of your revenue. I think the most critical step, if I said you needed to do one thing in here going forward, was an agriculture master plan. So you know where agriculture is going to take place, which allows you to know where commercial and industrial development is going to take place. You need an area structure plan for each growth hamlet, or you're going to get some Wild West stuff. Without a plan in place, you're going to wind up with development happening in a way that's not sustainable, and it's going to cost you more on municipal infrastructure with water and wastewater and roads and other services. And so those innovative planning and development documents, I think, are essential, and you can't do without it. If you don't have plans in place to articulate those, you're going to have chaos, and that will always cost you more.
Thank you for that, Doug. I might just comment that, you know, the planning part is how we articulate those visions and those goals, and really that reflection of our community that we want to have out there, and really a set of identifiable steps to be able to reach those visions. I think a vision, it's often like the horizon. We keep working towards it, but you never actually reach it. So having a plan there really kind of articulates where we think we can go in this journey together. So thank you for that.
Reeve, may I chime in when it's appropriate, please?
Go ahead, Sydney.
Thank you, Reeve. I wish I could critique this so that we could work with you guys longer. You've been so wonderful and knowledgeable and fun to work with, and I think I've said it every time. The story is just incredible, and I just appreciate how you captured everything that we said so well. And I believe, in my perspective, we were on par quite well with your public consultation. I think that we all kind of see the same issues and want to do the same things, and I really appreciate that there's an agricultural master plan on here. I think that's from Division 2, you know, that we love our ag. I think that's awesome, so thank you.
You're welcome. Well, can I honestly say, I know this is being recorded, you guys can share this around with everybody else, but we really enjoyed working with you guys too, and your administration and your public. It's just, it's been one of the more fun projects we've ever had to work on. So if you need us for anything else, although I agree, there's often too many plans. We won't do any more plans for you, but you know, unless you want marketing or something. But yeah, we're always a call away.
And I would just comment as well, while we're on that, it has been a pleasure to work with you, and I'm so impressed of how you were able to capture so much of what was discussed over the past weeks, and put it together in something that's concise and very focused. So I appreciate that. Councillor Swanson.
Very well done. I'm very impressed with the collaboration with our communications in regards to putting this all together with the colors and pictures and everything else. I have no comment, like no critiques in that regard, and I have to echo Councillor Graham in regards to the story. I think that is the most special part of this particular strategy, is our story, and that's what we were missing, is to have that in our communications protocol now. So thanks very much, and I look forward to the next steps and stamping this and get going.
Yes, I certainly agree with Councillor Swanson. It's going to make our elevator speeches much easier over the next few years here. It's definitely great points and a great story. Any additional questions, comments? I guess what we have here is we want to, I guess, open it up for any amendments to this, as well as an opportunity to approve this draft strategic plan in principle, and then potentially direct administration to advertise advertise for public input. Any additional questions, or would somebody be willing to make a motion? Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that council approves this draft of the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan in principle, and directs administration to advertise for public input according to the approved public participation plan.
Thank you for that. Any additional discussion around that motion? Seeing and hearing none, I would call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. And I guess the next question would be, as far as a public participation plan, can you outline some of that potential there? Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. As noted in the agenda item, a public participation plan has been drafted, specific to the strategic plan itself. So what we would be looking at doing is putting this on our website, asking for public feedback by May 31st. We would also have hard copies of the draft strategic plan available at our front desk and our other facilities, if the public wanted to get that and provide feedback. And then administration would bring any feedback, comments back to council for consideration prior to actually approving the strategic plan overall.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments? Again, I guess we would be looking for a motion to approve the participation or public participation plan. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I would call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you very much. Well, good job, Doug. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Any closing comments that you'd like to make?
Well, I would just reiterate again, it was a pleasure working with you as council. You have an exceptional administration too. It was great to work with them. I've actually never worked with a council that had quite such robust, free and innovative discussions. It bodes well for the municipality. Your administration's great. The public consultations that we did were great. And I really look forward to seeing how this gets implemented. I did say, in the first week of June or so, we will be out at Nordig just to do some more exploring. And if you guys ever have any questions or need help with anything, again, you know how to reach us, and just drop me a note.
Great. Well, thanks again, Doug. It's a great job, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and hopefully we'll keep communicating as we move forward in the process here. And thanks again.
You bet. Take care, everybody.
So, one of those strange moments in time where we're slightly ahead of schedule, and I think that's good. Just looking through the agenda, I know we have a few timelines to meet here. Looking perhaps page 2. Any suggestions from staff of which one of these ones we'd be prepared for? Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yeah, I'd suggest we don't have administrative support quite ready for either items under 8 or 9.
Okay. Or
10. We could go to 11.1 if council so desires, or we could go into the reports.
Okay, well, why don't we, I'll go with your suggestion and we'll go to 11.1. So that would be relating around a ratepayer request for a waiver of penalties. And I'll maybe turn it across to you for that as well.
Sure. Thank you, Reeve. So as noted in the agenda item, council's had a request to consider waiving a penalty amount of $523.50 for the roll number specified. And as noted in the background, council will receive these type of requests from time to time. To the best of my knowledge, councils have never approved these requests in the past, with consideration given to setting a precedent going forward. The reasons for the penalties are, and the dates are outlined in the respective tax rate bylaws, including the one you're going to look at later today. And so the details are within the agenda item, as well as a copy of the tax rate bylaw and a letter from the ratepayer themselves. And I believe Ms. Serhan may have some additional information to provide.
Ms. Serhan? Not so much?
I don't have anything to add, just if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions? As a new council, this is maybe the first time that you've seen a similar request to this. They do
I think
come
this
up
is the
from time
second
to
one.
time.
This is the second one for
Okay.
this council, yeah.
Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you. Not really a question, more of just my thoughts on it. It brings back the the book that my children love, the If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, right? We have set rules, and I feel that those rules should be upheld. The policies are there, and we give the public ample opportunity to become aware of all of those policies and understand them. And like I said, it brings back my children's favorite book. Thank you.
Thank you, and Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, just not really sure if this really fits in. I don't know if the county was really at fault for anything here. Like I definitely, you know, it'd be nice to waive the penalty, but I think it was more maybe on the realtor side or the lawyers or somewhere when they purchased the property. Yeah, I don't think this really pertains, or I think the county did everything fine. I don't think they've done anything wrong, but when the individual bought the property, it would be more maybe of an awareness that the real estate agent or the lawyer or somebody should have made them aware of that then. So that's my comment.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments? Ms. Serhan.
I might make a comment about that. We've reached out to some of the legal firms within the county, and they're very clear that a statement of adjustments is always done for every property purchased and sold within the county, and that ratepayers are made aware if the legal firm is going to be paying the taxes, or if that onus becomes on the purchaser of the property. And if the onus is on the purchaser, then there's a line item on the statement of adjustments adjusting the purchase price by the amount that is owed by the person selling the property. So they said that happens in every sale in for property in Clearwater County.
Any additional Councillor Cermak.
If this amount isn't paid, what happens with it? Does it go on the tax bill of the property, or what takes place?
Ms. Serhan.
The tax levy and penalties are all accumulated, and penalties are accumulated on tax levy and penalties. So every time there's a penalty date, the percentage is applied to everything owing on that tax account. And then the legislation is followed as far as collection of those taxes. So I don't have it in front of me what the steps are, but over 2 to 3 years that what the municipality has to do in order to collect the taxes. It's very clear steps that happen. So if it doesn't get paid, it just accumulates, and then the county takes steps to collect.
Additional question?
Yeah. So it looks like beware?
Yeah, the legal firms all go through with the purchaser and the seller about the statement of adjustments and who is responsible for the taxes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? So here we will be directing administration. Do we require a motion relating to the waiver then? So I guess I would be looking for a motion in the positive to consider a waiver. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I'll make the motion that council waive the penalty in the amount of $523.50 for the tax roll 3607 35 4002 and direct administration accordingly.
Thank you for that. Further discussion? Okay, I will call that question. All those in favor? And those opposed?
Opposed?
And that's carried. Or defeated, sorry. And would we be able to go to 11.2? Or what is your suggestion for? Okay, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lawheed. Actually, Public Works is ready with item 10.1, if council would prefer to go there.
Sure, that would be, I would invite Mr. Magnus to join us. 10.1, that would be the dust policy revision. So if you bear with me for a second as I thumb through my 227-page agenda to find the 185. Thank you for short-circuiting me. I'll just turn the floor across to Mr. Magnus. I think he can probably introduce the item.
Sure. So good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Northcott Council. As most of you know, I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and beside me is Mrs. Caitlin Erickson, Clearwater County's Surface Roads Supervisor. We have brought before you today a housekeeping item whereby, as per both Council and Administration's direction in 2019, current policies are to be reviewed and henceforth adjusted to separate out procedure from a policy. As such, the policy we have before you that has been amended to clearly separate out those items that would be considered procedure and therefore under the direction and guidance of administration, while at the same time amending the policy to maintain the purpose and intent is the dust suppression policy. So as you can see, that which has been struck out has now been moved over to procedure, i.e. its own document as a supplement to the policy. That which is remaining would be considered governance and therefore the philosophy behind the dust suppression program. At this point, if Council so chooses, Administration would be more than happy to lead Council through the policy, or if you have any questions from a governance perspective to the policy and its amendments. Otherwise, Administration recommends that Council approves the revisions to the current dust suppression policy as presented. Also, if Council would like to have a more in-depth discussion and or review of the current level of service of the dust suppression program, as per Council's direction at the December 17th, 2021 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting, Administration would bring forth an agenda item to the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus. I guess we have the opportunity, if we want to dive a little deeper into this, we're slightly ahead of schedule at the moment. So I'll go to Councillor Swanson first.
Totally agree with separating the policy and procedure. I just had one question in regards to on the procedures point number 2, where you've identified the cost sharing percentages. Would that not be better to put in an attachment so that if we need to correct it in the future or want to adjust that in the future, we could be easier than opening up the whole policy?
We could set it up as a Schedule A in terms of fees. We could potentially do that. But it is an item that is put in there through the direction of Council. So in essence, it's part of the intent behind the program as a whole and what the program entails. So that's why we've left it in there as part of the policy. It's part of the philosophy behind it in the sense that way back when Council made the decision that they would subsidize, Clearwater County would subsidize the program. And it's for that reason that it's left in the policy itself.
Supplementary.
I agree with the intent. I guess we had a discussion earlier in regards to is dust suppression a need or a want? And we did agree that it was a want. It was not necessarily a need. And so that's why I was wondering if it would be better served as an attachment so that if we decide to move those percentages to, let's say, 75% versus 66%, or vice versa in different ways, that it might be easier to do those adjustments. But I agree with the intent with all this. So I would appreciate further comments from some of the other councillors then.
Sure, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff. Your light's been on for a bit.
Thank you, Reeve. I always appreciate you going to making sure that you're bringing them, following policies and procedures. You're always very good at that, and I always appreciate that, so I want to make sure I point that out. I'm curious if we can put a caveat on there based on price of oil. Like, because this is obviously, this year in particular, going to be and our 50% and even the person's 50%, it's going to be extremely expensive. So I'm not sure if we can put that, we're covering a 50% up to where the barrel is this price, or I'm not sure how that works, because obviously it would be significantly more expensive on a year like this year. Thoughts?
So my comment to that, both again to Councillor Swanson's and yourself, Councillor Malhave, is we did put in here a recommendation that this be brought forward to the April 19th. And both Caitlin and I are more than happy to bring some of those details before you then. And further discussion can be had. And at that point, you can provide us some consensus and guidance in terms of the direction we need to go there.
Thank you.
And I think I would just comment that in the policy, having a percentage is valuable because that really addresses the share that a ratepayer would be doing. However, I'm sure when a ratepayer calls, they're going to be asked, well, what's this going to cost me? They're going to want an actual dollar amount, which can vary from, is it set as a yearly rate or is it set as a kind of a current price? How is it? Maybe if we could just outline how that price is actually set.
I get prices on an annual basis from the supplier. For the oil-based, it's usually like we sole source it from a contractor in Red Deer County. And then this year, the other option is currently out for tender. So we'll get the pricing usually every year, end of April. Yep.
Sure, thank you for that. So then, just my view for the policy indicating a percentage of shared cost, then that's kind of an enduring part that wouldn't have to be addressed every time unless council chose to change that level of support, if you would, for that policy.
And if I may, it is an administrative headache to come back before council in terms of this changing those numbers up. If it is just that one amendment in regards to changing up the percentages, that is not a difficult item to bring forward to council.
Okay, so I guess a couple of staff recommendations here. First is that council approves the revisions as outlined here today. Anybody willing to, Tracy Lynn? Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please, Neil.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have 2 points here. One is that I have run across a number of people who were, let me say, upset that, they felt the dust suppression by their property was still in reasonable condition, and the county tore it up, saying that after 3 years they could do whatever they wanted with it. When I know there are areas that have had this down for 10 years and it's still somewhat serviceable. So my first question is around engaging the community more on this. And my second is that a councillor from another area told me that they just layer another application on top of what's breaking down, and that after a period of time, it becomes much more durable. And we consider that, or maybe you've already tried that and found it doesn't work. Do you have a comment?
If we may, again, this would be details we could address at the April 19th Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting. These issues have been raised in the past, and we're more than happy to discuss these in more detail at that time.
Yeah, I think there would certainly be benefit to having that level of orientation for this council, because these are questions we have posed quite often when we have that dry moment, not necessarily at this time of year where we're considering the policy, but when it is front and center to everybody's challenge that they're trying to meet at the moment. Those tend to come when we have dry, hot days in the middle of summer, and not so much back here in April. So I think it would be great to get council up to speed there. So perhaps we can do that as the second motion here this morning. Again, looking for a motion Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Just application deadlines, just for the application deadlines for residents that would like to receive dust suppression services. Has there been a deadline set yet?
Yeah, it's the same every year. It's the end of May. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Super. Again, looking for that motion that council approves the revisions to the current dust suppression policy as presented. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I would move the council approves the revisions to the current dust suppression policy as presented.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I would call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then part two, something along the lines of do we feel a benefit in having basically an agenda item at a later date to kind of allow more in-depth view. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I would have the motion that council directs administration to bring an agenda item to the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole to review the current level of service of the dust suppression program.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, council.
Thinking next items here. Ms. Haggard is here, so I would assume that you would be able to tell us a bit about emergency services.
Absolutely. And Tracy Lynn, I don't have the agenda in front of me. Which one's up first?
You and me both. I'm looking right at it. I still don't see it. I'm going to. So I suppose we would 9.1
Excellent.
be where we're at. And that's basically our WUI program, and some good news around there, I hear. So.
Absolutely. Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, members of council, those attending virtually. Yes, before council is an item that we anticipated receiving, I was hoping by the last meeting, but as council will recall, we had an endorsement item come before you in the first meeting in March. And that was to endorse Clearwater County's application for a $1.5 million grant through the Alberta Community Partnership Program Strategic Initiatives. And that was for the Wildland Urban Interface 4-person team and the WE program that has been operating using those provincial grant dollars since 2019. The program makeup and funding changed slightly as with this grant program. Municipal Affairs through AEMA took over the grant process for 2022. And they're doing that in partnership with Agriculture, Forestry, and Rural and Economic Development. They have a new moniker this week, so the agenda item is outdated, even just being a week old. And on March 29th, the REEV received that letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs confirming that $1.5 million grant for that continuation of the program for another 3 years. So that was some exciting news for our fire services team and the emergency services in the community in general. And as administration noted during that grant endorsement request that we had before council in March, the WUI program certainly continues to provide benefits to the region, to Clearwater Regional Fire Services, including employment opportunities, high quality training. We get to train ourselves first with the programs that they're building, curriculum they're building for the province, and extensive experience when they do deploy, and enhanced capacity while they're home and not deployed provincially. And so with that, administration recommends a budget adjustment for the 2022 operating budget. That provides the 9 months from April to December for the WUI program to continue. In the interim, we just did a brief contract with them, a 1-month kind of holdover contract. So we have the same staff in the positions at this point in time. And the 2023, 24, and portion of 25 years, we don't need an adjustment now. That's just for information purposes, essentially splitting that $1.5 million grant over those 3 years, but it's actually 4 fiscal budget years. And so the adjustment that staff administration has before you today is for the 2022 operating budget, moving increase to revenues of $374,250, and then the offsetting expenditure increase of $374,250 for the Wildland Urban Interface Program, and that continues that 4-person team for the next 3 years. And that is all I have, Reeve Lougheed, and if there's any questions, please let me know. I am short of subject matter experts. I was expecting to be on the agenda in the afternoon, so they're tied up in other meetings at the moment.
I appreciate that. I know we're pushing through a very busy agenda today,
Absolutely.
so thank you for that
No problem.
consideration. Questions for Ms. Hager? Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I just really wanted to confirm that this is not, mainly for the people that are watching us, that is not us adding something to your budget that has not been given by way of that grant. This is simply the shifting so that things are allocated appropriately within the budget structure, just so the people understand that this is part of your grant that you've been awarded from the province, which is wonderful. And it is a great program that helps assist our community and many, many other communities. So that is wonderful, and I would be happy to make that motion.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I move that council approves amending Clearwater County's 2022 operational budget to increase revenues 300,374,250.00 and expenses of the same for the Wildland Urban Interface Program to continue the 4-person team for a period of 3 years from April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2025.
Thank you for that. Additional questions? I would have one question. Sure. I would assume that the remainder of that, or the balance of that grant, would be held in a restricted surplus over the coming years, so that we don't have to scratch our heads where our WUI team gets supported. Mr. Hagan, or?
I could take that, Reeve
sure,
Lougheed, if you don't mind. Depending on how the grant is paid, generally it goes in the fiscal year that it's expecting to be used. I don't think we carry them in reserves, as far as I'm aware.
I wasn't.
They usually pay in pieces.
In increments.
Yes, I haven't seen the grant agreement contract as of yet, but typically in the historical, they've paid certain dollar amounts either quarterly, annually, as the grant agreement will state.
I know, as the letter indicated, it was, they
It's a big dollar
produced
amount.
the sum amount. Maybe that gets the most positive feedback.
Absolutely, and I mean, it is a commitment, because if they're willing to commit the 1.5 million, that commits that program for another 3 years, which is fantastic. The last couple years have been, 18 months, a year, just makes a little bit more surety for the municipality to be able to continue that program. And to answer Councillor Melhoff's question, absolutely, these are operational costs that are fully funded by the provincial grant. The only commitment the county has with the previous grant agreement would have been the capital items that are required with the deployment, which we have mechanical spare engines we've held back for those purposes, and same thing with like pickup truck units, we're cycling them out. So there is a cost to the county of providing the program, but most of that was upfronted at the beginning of the program. And so again, the costs are mostly borne and operationally certainly through the provincial grant.
Thank you for that. And I know Ms. Serhan and Mr. Hagan have their lights on. I'll defer. Okay, Ms. Serhan.
Just a reminder about if we do receive grant funding ahead of spending it, it's put in a liability account so that it's set up as deferred grant revenue, and we only recognize the revenue that's used in the years that it is used. So because if we end up not using those funds, they have to be returned. So they're set in a liability account, and every year there's an adjustment made just to match what was spent, so that it is exactly offsetting the amount of the expenses for that program.
And Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And in addition, I would just add, just for information, that this item is being brought forward to council by administration because this was outside of the approved operating budget. So we're looking for this adjustment. In the future, unless there's some significant changes mid-year, what council can expect to see is these respective revenues and expenses in the draft budget for approval going forward. So they won't be items unto themselves.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that is carried. Thank you very much. And that brings us to item, let me just flip here, 9.2. That would be a capital budget adjustment relating to the Unit 604.
Yes, thank you again, Reeve Lougheed. Members of council, I know that you're familiar with this item. Administration from Fire Services met with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee on March 31st to discuss the budget related to the aerial truck Unit 604 and its planned replacement. As just a reminder to everyone that the cost share for this particular apparatus is, which is in the Rocky Mountain House Station, is a 50-50 cost share between the town and the county. The ICC over the last few months has reviewed the procurement process for fire apparatus, the benefits of different apparatus features and models, rising inflationary considerations. We also talked about the dollar and how that impacts procurement for Clearwater County, especially with apparatus coming out of the US. On March 31st, the ICC made the following motion, moved by Mayor Bache, that the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommends Unit 604 replacement with an aerial platform truck, 100-foot, that would be a ladder with a platform, with Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services 2022 capital budget of $1.65 million, and then recommended to respective councils any budget adjustments as necessary. So that's why this item is before our council in Clearwater County. The town has already amended their budget for that $1.65 million, so they're the only other funding partner within that ICC, even though it was a municipal ICC, the funders are the town and the county. And as Clearwater County previously approved back in December, the $1.8 million, this is a budget adjustment, again, another one that's a one-off. We don't typically have them coming throughout the year, but we are adjusting down the capital budget in 2022 from $180,000 to, which is what we had budgeted, removing that $15,000. So the outcome is going from $15,000, I apologize, from $180,000 to $165,000 for the 2022 capital budget. That is 10% of that $1.65 million truck. And then the budget adjustments for the future year, you'll see in the fall when we come to council with budget for 2023.
Okay, thank you for that.
There you
Any questions? There is a staff recommended motion there as well, too. Is anybody willing to make that motion or ask a question? I would be Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that council approves the amendment as outlined by Ms. Hager.
Ms. Serhan.
Yes, I just wanted to indicate that we would need an offsetting budget adjustment for the funding that is coming from the town to decrease their portion that we would be invoicing for that, and then decrease the portion that's coming from the reserve for our portion of that 10% deposit. So in addition to decreasing the expenditures by $15,000, we would, is it a 50% split?
Yes.
So 7,500, decrease the revenue coming from other municipalities by 7,500, and decrease the draw on the restricted surplus account by 7,500.
Councillor Swanson, would you be willing to have your motion amended to include what was, or capture what was just suggested?
I will.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us on short notice.
No problem at all.
And I see Mr. Martinson has joined us as well, so I think he has a few things to share with us and perhaps asking us a question or two.
Thank you, Rate Bylaw. Good morning, Council. I'm here for a couple items today, more so formalities necessary to set our summer programming up and to help our Ag Service Board meet legislation and continue to operate. So I'll start with the first agenda item. relating to our Weed, Pest, and Soil Conservation Act appointments. Every year, council has to make appointments of seasonal staff that come on in the spring and help us with our summer programming, and any other appointments necessary for full-time staff to work under these acts and to oversee the work that the seasonal staff do on the county's behalf. So the first recommendation for resolution that we would be asking for relating to the Alberta Weed Control Act would be to appoint our seasonal weed inspectors. And then the second resolution would be to appoint also our seasonal staff to the Pest Act. And the third resolution would be to appoint some permanent staff to the Soil Conservation Act. I'll leave it at that. Is there any questions specific about this or this programming?
Any questions? Councillor Swanson.
We have an agreement with the town of Rocky Mountain House that these particular weed inspectors and pest inspectors are allowed to manage any green areas that we share boundaries with the town, correct?
Yes, so we work with the town historically on a year-by-year basis to achieve appointments for not necessarily all the staff, some of the staff, to work within the town and to help them meet their requirements under similar legislation, but also to assist the surrounding agricultural land to ensure that the same standards are met within the town as well as outside of the town. We used to receive a grant that covered these costs. We no longer do, but the Ag Service Board's seen the value of the program to move forward to ensure that that same standard does apply, and that the movement in and out of the town doesn't provide a vector of spread for weeds and pests within our community. We offer this similar service within the village of Caroline, as well as the summer village of Burnstick Lake.
Any additional questions? Councillor Cermak.
Yes, all of these people that are listed here, they're all licensed and through the government or through us or for this, to do this?
So some of these folks, a majority of these folks are returning staff to us, so they do have, continuity of experience and training from other years. There's a minimum standard that we must train everybody to reach designations and certifications required under legislation. That will happen for new staff as they come on, and old staff will have to either re-engage or reprove that competency. But typically, our staff will receive several weeks of internal training, several weeks of external training before they're in the field. And again, that'll depend on whether they're new to us or they've returned 1 season, 2 seasons, multiple seasons. So yes, we do, we meet or exceed all provincial legislation, federal legislation required for doing what we do. That'll start shortly here as we start onboarding seasonal staff over the next month.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'm looking for here, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I always love going to the different ag conferences, and Clearwater County is definitely seen as the county to try to bring we're seen as the leader in this industry, and I love being able to say that. I would happily make the motion number 1 as per staff recommendation.
Thank you
one
for
at
that.
a time, right?
Do we need to name the individuals directly, or is it okay just to use off the staff recommendation?
I believe to use the staff recommendation, as we can all see the names of the individuals, they'll be reflected in the minutes, and we will meet legislation.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And that brings us to a motion or recommendation number 2. I'd be looking for a motion relating to that. Councillor Swanson, as per staff recommendation. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining. Oh, we have one more, don't we? That's absolutely.
We have one more resolution under this item, if I may. The council appoints Manasauqua and Rowena Graham to the Soil Conservation Act. So the third, the very bottom on the.
You'd call that a third separate motion then.
So we did get the Weed Inspector, or the Weed Act, we got the Pest Act, and then we'll just catch the Soil Conservation Act if it pleases the Reeve, please.
Sure. Would somebody be willing, Mr. Hagan?
I'm not going to make the motion, but I was just going to ask Mr. Martinson for clarification. It says April 12th, 2021. Should that be 2022?
That is correct, yeah, effective April 12th, 2022, and ending April 15th, 2023. And that's just a reflection of some leave coverage that these staff are going to be tapped to do. August 15th, 2023, ending date. Yeah, starting date April 12th, 2022.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further sorry?
With the added amendment.
Okay, with the amendment. Okay, we've captured that. All those in favor then? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And I know you have one more as well. Item 8.2, I believe, appointment of an agricultural service board chair.
Yes. Yep, sort of similarly along the same lines. In accordance with the Agricultural Service Board Act, council is required to approve or to determine and approve the chair. So we typically use a process similar to council when it comes to establishing the chair at the ASB, which is an election within the group, or if there's more than one nomination. And so we've done that, and Jim Duncan, as many well know, for those that don't, a producer and cow-calf producer in the Cow Lake area, with lots of experience advocating and working on behalf of agriculture, amongst other things in this community. And so Jim was selected by his peers on the Ag Service Board to be the chair. Through that process, I amended. And as per legislation, it is council's requirement to determine that chair. So we'd be asking for a motion to confirm Jim Duncan as the chair of the Ag Service Board for essentially a year or until the next organizational meeting that happens shortly after council's organizational meeting. So after council makes their appointments to the Ag Service Board, the Ag Service Board's next meeting is their organizational meeting, and that's the natural flow from council's meetings.
Okay, again, thank you for that, and I'd be looking for a motion to that effect or a question related. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion, questions? Seeing and hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That brings us, and I believe our next delegation may be available. I'm not sure, Tracy Lynn, if we could invite him in for a presentation around, I believe, the pump park. Exciting happenings there, I'm sure. Good morning.
I'm Grant Anderson.
Pleased to meet you, Grant. I'll have council introduce themselves, so I'll start with Councillor Swanson, or Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenny Melhoff, I'm the counselor for Division 1.
Hello, on the phone, I'm Sydney Graham, counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Morning, Grant. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5 on Zoom.
Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Grant. I'm Matt Martinson. I'm the Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning, Grant. I hope you have exciting things to tell us. I think we're all interested in what your presentation will be this morning.
All right, so you guys got the presentation that I'd sent in then, and everybody's kind of seen that, or is that? Yeah, okay, sounds good. So yeah, I just wanted to come in and talk to everybody about it. We've been organizing for about a year now and been talking to the rec boards, which have been looking at a pump track, I guess, for about 10 years now. I went to a pump track down in Calgary last year or the year before while COVID was on, and it was a great spot to be able to see all the families out using the pump track in all kinds of different ways. I think it's been presented before with mostly BMX, but it's really not a BMX track. It's something that you can use with any kind of bike, mountain bike, scooter, skateboards, rollerblades, whatever you can have with wheels. And I saw lots of people out there. I saw moms with kids both racing each other or going around and using the tracks and having lots of fun. I know there are lots of pump tracks up in the north of us here. Drayton just put one in, and all across Highway 14, there's about 6 of them in all the little small towns like Entwistle and stuff, each have one of their own. Smaller versions of what we'd like to see, because I think Clearwater County and the area being where adventure begins, I think we need to make sure adventure is here. So this is kind of a stepping stone for mountain biking, and I think with the Baseline Mountain, there's quite a few mountain bikers that go out there and use the area, and there's getting to be more and more people using the available trails that are by Crimson Lake and around the area as well for mountain biking, but coming out to the area, camping, coming for hockey tournaments, coming for different things. The pump track's just going to be a great addition to be able to add on to all the other things available around Rocky, and kind of hopefully be a stepping stone, because I am also a mountain biker, to get into stuff like Mountain Bike Skills Park, where kids and adults could practice their skills not only in the pump track on that style, but on dirt or off ramps or that type of thing, to practice their skills so that when they're riding the trails, they're ready to go. I think in the town of Rocky is definitely the first place to start with the pump track. It's still for the whole community, but I think with it being near the skate park, near the spray park that's just been put in, the arenas, the schools, the museum there, the campers come through and dump their trailers right there. We're looking at it being taking over also the site where the CNRL site is, right beside the dog park there. So it'll be quite a good area to be able to do a pump track, and then hopefully expand with some, like I was saying, hopefully a bike skills park, that type of thing, right in the same area, and then possibly with some paths down that area beside the highway there. But it would have really good highway frontage exposure for tourists coming by, being able to see that and stopping in to use the pump track and the spray parks and the skateboard park and the pools, and all that is all in the same area. I know there's been some concerns about parking, but I think there's lots of parking depending on the season in there, with the community center not always being used during the week, not all the time during the days. There's also parking by the museum there that's not always being used. Then there's the school in evenings, weekends, summer, which has huge parking lots but aren't being used at all. And then there's parking up along by the tennis courts and all along by the arenas, which aren't being used much during the summer either, where you can just come right down that bike path or walk down that path and get to the bike park there too. So I think there'll be lots of availability, and I'm also hoping that people will bike to it since it's a bike park, that people will be able to just bike right to it there. And I know when I was young, I got to bike around town and go wherever I wanted after school, and I know these days that's a little bit harder for people to do, but I'm hoping that this will be a location where parents will feel comfortable having their kids go over, and it's pretty much a family attraction compared to, so, you know, some people have been worried about the skate park or who's there or what's going on, and they want to be there all the time with their kids. But there will be lots of people there with the kids, and any pump track I've ever been at has always been full families with lots of parents around, and I've never seen any problems around it. One of the other worries was security or maintenance, and they're very low maintenance because they are asphalt. This one's going to be asphalt. There are ones that are dirt tracks that do require a lot of maintenance. But you can't use skateboards or any of the other items on it. All you can use is a mountain bike on it. So this one will be very usable for all ages and all wheels, and very low maintenance because it's going to be made out of asphalt, so it lasts for years, and they just paint some lines. If anything, it would be a bit of painting or the mowing of the lawns. They usually put some grass around the asphalt areas, so a bit of mowing, but that'd be about it. So we're in the process of fundraising. We'll of course be applying for all the grants that will be available, and hopefully raise a bunch of money that way. And then the town and county has already provided $25,000 towards the design, and it'll be like a design build that we'll put out to a number of companies. There's probably about 6 different companies that I just know of that are now building these kind of tracks, but the largest one is probably where we got some of the pictures from. This is a company called Velo Solutions that's done a number in Calgary and some of the other ones that I've seen that do a really good job keeping the asphalt very smooth as well, so that you can use it for skateboards and the scooters and those types of things. Because if you just use like a regular asphalt and don't pack it as well, some of the tracks I've been to have been a little rougher, and the skateboards can still go on them, but you're just getting chatter the whole time that you're on it. The bikes don't notice it that much, but I think the other thing is the design. Been to a couple of different pump tracks, and depends on the design. The more advanced people can then actually jump some of the features and land into other spots in some of the features, and I think it's just as important to get the young people going as it is to get the more advanced teenagers and those people interested as well, and get them out and using it and not getting them bored of it within a short period of time. So I think we can accommodate both of those. We're also hoping if we can raise enough money and do it, that we'll have a smaller kids track right beside a adult teen track. So that's one I saw in Calgary had that. So the little 2-year-olds are going around their little push bikes, and they're going around the smaller one, and the adults are going right down beside them, but going on a separate track. And then people that are starting out, like me, I went through the kids one a couple times, and then came out and around, and then went around through the adult one, so you could be using both, and they were both beside each other, and all the families are right there if anything's going on or whatever. But it kind of helped to keep the other one I was at. The families were really good about it, but you had the little guys on the push bikes right there when the other guys are coming through quite fast, and you had to kind of separate them off a little bit. But yeah, that was the other thing. Anytime I saw them, there was such full use, and I think it's quite a few seasons worth, because you've got black asphalt. So I know there's supposed to be some kids sweeping off the skateboard park tonight. They're going to do a cleanup and stuff, and it's too bad that the snow came down, but I'm sure they'll get it off of there. But this black asphalt, I think, will allow for quite multi-season use, as well as being, I'm hoping, the most widely used recreational facility that we have in the community. So I guess that's I've been talking the whole time. Is there any questions about the pump tracks or?
Sure, I may have some questions, but I'll open it up to council first, and any questions or feedback. Councillor Cermak.
Now, as a councillor, I feel that we are here to mitigate problems, and I think where you got the location of this is a problem. I think it's too close to the highway. I think it's too close to where the the trailers dump. We know that we get 100,000 guests out in our West Country. They come in there. I think we're just looking for a place for accidents to happen, for these young kids to be down there. I would like to see a different area chose to put this pump track.
Okay, yeah, I don't see a lot of problems there. I know the trailers that come through have their own road in by the museum there, and there's a definite break between that and where the pump track is. Right now, I think there's a full, like, trees and everything, and then a full road, and then there's fencing because of the CNRL. I'm sure that the fencing will stay. We'll be looking at bleachers to put up because there's usually so many family and members around and grandparents and that type of thing. So there'll be some bleachers there as well. But the pump tracks are usually located in like a, well, there's lots of different designs, but the ones I have seen are in like a square area. And so you have a staging area and you come into them, you go around and you come back up to the staging area. And then you would have an entryway up by the bike path there where people would actually come in. So there would be no access from the highway or from the side where the campers and stuff are. The highway has a fence there now, and the dogs and the people have been running around down in there, and I don't think anybody's ever gotten out or have any problems with the being close to the highway. So I don't foresee any problems for either highway or from the trailers and stuff from that. The other nice thing is that it is right on the bike path that comes through town. So families that are coming down from the arena, the tennis courts or anything, they're going to be beside that road that's there. They already have cement barriers up and everything, and so you're on a bike path right to the bike park. You can come out, you can go down the other way on a bike path all the way down through town. So it's totally accessible by bike walking paths if you don't want to park nearby and walk. But hopefully that won't be that much of a problem. I think the nice part is those 100,000 people will actually be able to drive by and see that it's there, because some of the other possible locations, if it was down by the river valley or out at the Stampede grounds there, you would have a hard time getting visitors to know where it was and access it. Same thing, I think it'd be really nice to have another smaller one in the county somewhere, but visitors are not going to be able to have an easy time finding that either. This is going to be very visible, very accessible, right by where they're doing all their other things. If they're going to the visitor center, the museum, the spray park, which I think it's right there too with all that traffic going by, and all they have is a small fence over part of it. So it's wide open for kids to run around through there, and the skate park. The community center is right there as well. There's bathrooms there, which is another nice thing with that whole area. There's a park right there with Helen Hunley that's just put in, I can't remember what they said it was, but 80,000 or, no, it was more than that, $500,000 to put in a new gazebo and camping area, or not camping, day park kind of thing to be able to sit and picnic area, I guess. So that's really nice to have that right there as well. So I think families will be able to access that whole area and do multiple things they want to do for the day there. So, yeah.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I echo some of Councillor Cermak's comments, particularly like we're a rural council. So our constituents will be coming from rural and be needing places to park. You've addressed some of those things, but again, then they're sharing parking with all of those other services. I also really think that there might be an issue with it being, you're saying it's fully inclusive. I know that like my children's grandmother would love to come and see them do some of these events or compete, and I know that she may not be able to make the walk from the school down to where this might be housed, and I'm sure other people would have very similar issues if you were to want to do events and stuff like that. I also have concern with potentially emergency services access, so like getting ambulances down to there or fire trucks down to there, or police cars for that matter, trying to mitigate any emergency that may be happening. I also was curious about projected costs. Like, what are you thinking that this build may end up costing in the end?
Okay, so yeah, I kind of went over the parking. I don't know how you ever quite mitigate getting grandparents down even to like the spray park and stuff, because there's same parking issues, that type of thing there. Hopefully they get a parking place that's close by, but maybe they won't. There should be some handicap parking at the community center. So if they really had handicap, they could park maybe at the community center. But the other one was, oh yeah, emergency services. So there is the bike path there, and it has a gate, I believe, right by the dog park area there. But you can get around the backside of the museum and drive right through there with a vehicle. So they should be able to get an ambulance closer than they can to the football field or any of those other things. So I don't think emergency services will be an issue either. And what was the last one? It was projected cost. Oh right, yeah. So we haven't put it out to the complete design and build yet, but we're in the process of looking at doing that. So at this point, the ones we've looked at and what we'd like to go towards with the two separate tracks, if we get to that kind of stage, I think is about $300,000 or $400,000. But we've also already had CNRL and other community businesses say that they would like to help donate equipment, the dirt and the gravel, which are the largest parts cost besides the actual final asphalt part, which the builder will want to do because it's so specific in trying to get the corners and everything rounded and proper. So, but CNRL is already saying that they're going to help donate some of the equipment, which would be an expensive part. And I'm sure we haven't gone out yet, but the businesses in Rocky seem to be coming along and getting busier right now, so that's good. And I'm hoping that fundraising will go pretty quickly and nicely for that. So.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lawhead. Mr. Anderson, I have to commend you and the rest of the committee for all the work you're doing to bring this exciting facility to the area. I have also heard some concerns from the community about the location, EMS access being one, and I think parking being some of the others. Certainly, I think we're going to see people expanding their repertoire of tricks on here, and that they're not always going to work out, so certainly we are going to have to deal with accidents, and I would expect broken bones occasionally, so that's also a concern I've heard. But again, I commend you for working on bringing this to the community.
Thanks. Yeah, I from what I've seen, and I was only at the pump track for a few hours each time with all the people on it, but I saw no actual injuries while I was there compared to, I know some towns have gone full on into a bike jump track. I know there's one down in Canmore that I went to that I could not do, and the teenagers do it, but they take full jumps straight up and back down the other side and continue on through, kind of like this, but all you're doing is rolling through this one. And I know I've been out to Kimberley, and they have a really advanced one there where they fly through there too, and I'm sure they've had accidents too, but the kids, they still want to do it whether you build it in the bush or you build it here. So I think this one's much safer. This one, you actually, because it's a pump track, you actually don't pedal once you get good at it. You're actually just pumping your bike through, and so your speed is actually maintained by you rolling up and down the coasters. And I'm not even an intermediate on it for sure, and I didn't actually wipe out at all. So luckily that I didn't get any injuries that day. But I don't think that we'll have to see any more injuries or any of that type of thing than you would with the skate park or the spray park that's over there right now, or any of the other facilities that we have. So I don't think liability is going to be that huge of a deal. So hopefully.
Well, thank you. I certainly applaud your efforts. I'd make a comment before I go to Councillor Swanson, but definitely applauding those efforts. I see great possibilities for sponsorship, people putting their names with something that adds this kind of activity an attraction to our community. I think there is certainly a benefit for it having being visible. So often we in the area have well-kept secrets. We have great facilities, we have great attractions that are kind of hidden. So there is a balance there of having it visible to the community. And I just wanted to touch on the liability issue of it. Your expectations of the liability, is that going to fall on the owner of the property, the partnership, or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the town is already talking about taking it on as a town, community, county facility. So they would be talking about maintenance and liability and stuff, because originally when we looked at one of the other locations that was possible, it was near the school or on school property kind of thing, and they were worried about liability. And again, the town was saying, well, you'd be leasing it over, giving it over to us, and it would not be under the school liability, it would be under the town liability. So similar to the skate park or the spray park, it's under the town liability from what I understand. So.
And I guess further to that, the expectation for ongoing maintenance, would that be through your association, or would that be through the other partners?
That would be totally joint through the partners, yeah. The committee is really only there to initially start it up and get it going and do the fundraising and promotion in the community. The society, we've created the society, Rocky Bike Track Society. That's going to be doing the promotion and the fundraising mostly, and then turning it over to the partners to do all. And like I said, the maintenance really shouldn't be that much compared to what we've heard about from like spray parks and other things that happen. So it won't be near a problem like that for sure. But yeah, the society really is there just to get it started and get it going. I was going to say two things before I forgot. We do have a Facebook page out there, and I think there's 800 some people that have joined that so far. So they've been, I think the community's been really responsive to wanting to get this in, and lots of people have said, oh, I've been wanting to get a pump track for many years now and hoping that it was going to be happening. So yeah, that's some of the comments we've heard already. Bye.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
A great initiative. I agree with everyone here. It's exciting to see something happening again on recreation front. I've always been a proponent for recreation that doesn't need four walls, because it's something that, like you talked about, the seasonal use, right? It's just not. And anytime you're out in the great fresh air and outdoors, I think it brings another positive and healthy option for us. So I have a couple of concerns, like everybody else. Number one is we have the option, and I know the town has been pushing Alberta Transportation to twin Highway 11 right through Rocky Mountain House. Mm-hmm. So I see an encroachment on that side, and maybe they will go more to the north, but maybe you can address that. And I'll just start with that and then supplement if I could after.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did talk to the town about it, and they know about that already, and they knew about it with the dog park. So they are, again, suggesting that we build the actual pump track back from the from the highway, knowing that it could be twinned at some point, so that wouldn't have to be done, that kind of thing. So you're leaving enough space on that side for sure to mitigate that. So yes, that did come up also already.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I know the councils, both councils, the town and county, have been discussing their JUPA, the joint use partnership agreements with Wild Rose School Division. And as mentioned at our last meeting was the fact that Rocky L could be a future the consolidation of the elementary schools in town. And my first thought was Rocky L is a perfect opportunity to have something that's larger than there. And when I look at the skate park, the existing skate park, it was designed more for a beginner in mind. And now 20 years later, we get that advancement in skill level in all our kids. And even their bikes and their their skateboards, everything else have evolved. And so, there again, it's a start. So I guess the vision that has been explained to me is that this is a beginner entity and then could expand from there in the site that you've chosen. But to me, you've landlocked something that could potentially get bigger. And so maybe the opportunity, because I look at Sylvan Lake, what they've done with the gulls, with the spray park, with the bike pump track there and everything else that they're doing, they have an opportunity to, expand, I guess, skill level at whatever point in time. So the concept, great. And to me, it's like the location, maybe if we waited a year or two, knowing where the schools are going, that would be an opportunity. I understand that this is the property that the town owns, but at the same token, I'm looking at the opportunity to, some of the concerns that were addressed, right? Parking, accessibility, and everything. And so, that might be an opportunity to say, yes, this is what we want, but if we would be more patient for, 2 to 3 years down the road, there might be the best location and not throw good money after bad. So it's just a comment, and I realize that, I appreciate the efforts that you guys are doing for fundraising, and I can well appreciate, because the spray park committee were the same thing. They waited so long in order to get this, and we're happy to see it fruition. So my only other comment would be is, you mentioned that you were going to use natural grass around the pavement and stuff, and I would put it to you that maybe artificial turf might be the right answer, because then if you're talking seasonally, that might be the better alternative for our material. But yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, that might be a possibility. I'm not in on that design part. The ones I saw down in Calgary, the one was south of Glenmore Reservoir, and there was grass all over around there, and people are out sitting on the grass as well, so they could use it that way. We aren't looking at specifically a beginner track. The kids part would be the beginner track, that just like the one in Calgary, it would be quite if we do the $300,000, $400,000 one, it would be an advanced track on the adult side. And I don't know how advanced pump tracks get. I know that the Velo Solutions team that builds these tracks does a Red Bull full competition on the bigger ones, but you've got to be a big city to be able to get a full competition Red Bull one. But we wanted to make it good enough and have enough features that we could do at least Alberta competitions on it and have people come to town and do competitions on it also. They are talking about easily adding in like wood slats up beside a corner so that the advanced people could go up on the wood slats and do a wall ride. Those types of things. So I think it will cover completely from beginner right up to fairly advanced pump track people and be able to do competitions. But the other nice thing is the location that they've selected is quite large with the CNRL and the dog park there. The pump tracks don't have to take up that much area at all. The ones I went to in Calgary were built within a square, and they just weaved back and forth amongst themselves, and the one was probably not much bigger than this room. So, and they just had it down a back alley in a residential area in Calgary, and it was packed the whole time I was there. You couldn't park anywhere near it. You had to park in the residential areas and walk down a dirt back alley to get to it. And all there was bikes and families around the thing, and they walked away and biked away and went to their cars, we had to park quite a ways away to come and go to this one in Calgary. So that one had no parking, no access, no nothing, and it was still widely used. The one at Glenmore was better. You had parking, but it was at like a community center, and then you rode down a bike path, and it was along the river or along the reservoir, and had no access other than walking or biking to it as well. And it was the bigger one, which was the double with the small and big track at it, which is what we're looking at. And I think it costs them around in that area. And it'll be there for a long time and be used for a long time, I'm sure. So they're really enjoying it. And the other, we would really like to get it up fast. I was a proponent of putting it up this year. Everybody said that wasn't possible, so I guess that's not possible. But having seen all the other tracks go up all over Yellowhead County and all the other places, having it already, Drayton having theirs, I definitely was not willing to wait 5 years to have the kids get off their screens and get out and do something else besides sit in their rooms and be on their phones. So yeah, this COVID thing has been crazy for recreation, and I think this would be a great recreational facility to get the kids back out there again, so, yeah.
Councillor Cermak.
More information that I've heard out the community is that I heard that a citizen had donated or was willing to donate some land in a better location for this pump track. Is that true or is that not true?
I don't know that I've heard that. I heard along the way that just by rumor that the Baches were trying to do a residential area down by the Home Hardware there, and that in having to do something like that, you have to do a community development plan, and you have to put in some green area or space and have a playground or something like that in that space. And so it was a possibility that rather than putting in a playground, you'd put a pump track into that area. But again, the things that we've heard is if you put a pump track in an area that's residential, then those residents are gonna get a lot of traffic, a lot of people right in their community all the time, because this is not something like a playground that's just gonna get used once in a while. It's gonna get used a lot more than that. So I don't know that a lot of residential areas would want to have this right in their front yard.
So this was a residential area that was given?
Yeah, that's the only other site that I heard of about donated land was that one, which would again be years away because they'd have to do all the community planning and the residential and put it all up before you'd even think about building the pump track down in there. So,
okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning and sharing the exciting project you're working on. I wish you terrific luck moving forward from this, and please keep us posted on your progress. And again, thank you for joining us.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. Yeah, hopefully it gets up as soon as we can. All right, thanks a lot.
I would just be looking for a motion here to accept for information. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. I think that brings us right on schedule for lunch. I don't believe it's here yet, but it's on its way. So I don't know if it's worthwhile trying to start anything else. I think we've managed to manage our time. Thank you for that latitude. Anyway, we'll we'll recess for lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Again, Councillor Ratcliffe is joining us via Zoom. Can you hear us, Neil? I see a big wave there, so great to have you with us again. And I think Councillor Graham is joining us via phone. Can you hear us, Sydney?
I can, Reeve Lougheed.
Super, thanks so much. So moving on with the agenda after our lunch, I think we will be probably looking at 11.2, and that is the tax rate bylaw, and I will look to Ms. Serhan.
Good afternoon. So today we're gonna just walk through an abbreviated version of the community purse presentation that I've done for council previously. Just want to link it to the tax rate bylaw and how these kind of puzzle pieces or financial pieces of governance fit together. So just give me a second here. I'm just gonna. I'm always so prepared for these meetings, don't you find?
Well, don't feel bad, because my agenda here is it's just like a jigsaw puzzle that's been flipped over and thrown around the room, so.
Sure. Do you want me to? Yeah. Okay, so let's just go through the community purse a little bit. Who contributes to the community purse? It's the property owners through tax revenue, and it's divided into contributions from residential, farm, and non-residential, all of whom pay different tax rates multiplied by the assessment value of their property. Other levels of government through grant revenue or regional partnerships that are on a pay kind of by sometimes population or sometimes different formulas to figure out which municipality is utilizing the service more than others, and sometimes it's just a 50-50 cost share. Other stakeholders through pay-per-use services or the sale of products, so selling the lots in Nordegg is contributing to the community purse. However, they're purchasing something that the county spent money on producing, so or fees for road use or access agreements, so those kind of things. So then once we get all that funding into the community purse, how is it used? One of the things you noticed today when you made the resolution that for the expenditure for the ladder truck went down by $15,000, we have to balance where the funding comes from and what you're using the funding for. So we couldn't just adjust the expenditure side. We had to adjust the budget for where that funding is coming from, because that has to equal zero at the end of the day, right? So these are the things that that funding is being used for. Replace infrastructure, bridges, roadways, facilities, build new infrastructure. In some cases, it's not replacing something that's always been there. We're building a new feature or structure. Maintaining the infrastructure that we do build, recreational programming, agricultural programming, social program funding, emergency funding, police, fire, ambulance, emergency response, build and maintain common use systems like water and wastewater. So these are all the different services and structures that are being built and maintained by the local municipalities. The tax rate bylaw is put in place to authorize the rates of tax that are applied to each of the assessment classes. The bylaw considers all sources of funding that are not property tax and pulls in the cost of the programming services and infrastructure maintenance and construction, then calculates what's required from stakeholders in the form of taxes. Council then decides the tax rate that will apply to each class of property to generate the amount of tax required for that year. And just want to speak to the assessment classes. Is that my next slide? Yeah, okay. So, there's 4 different assessment classes as far as how assessment is calculated. So a residential assessment is generated via the market value of that residential property. And if it's more than a 3-acre parcel, just the 3 acres surrounding that residence is included in that market value for that residence. Also, most properties have more than one assessment class on it. So we don't want to get confused in that this is a residential property and this is a non-residential property. A property typically has residential and ag, or residential and non-residential. Of course, there are some properties that are just residential because it's just an acreage and that's all that's there. But typically in Clearwater County, there is more than one assessment class per property. Then municipally assessed non-residential. So that's commercial property, including the small business class that gets a reduction in the tax rate. Their assessments stay equal because of how the legislation is for assessment of properties. There has to be with plus or minus within 5% of what the province deems as what our assessment is worth in Clearwater County. So the assessment has to be equal, but through the MGA, there's a special legislation that allows for small businesses to receive up to a 25% reduction in their tax rate. So Clearwater County has instituted that piece of legislation and has been gathering data on which properties qualify for that tax rate reduction. And then there's designated industrial, which is non-residential property also, but these are properties that are assessed through the province. So industry went to the province and said, we have property in this municipality, in that municipality, in that municipality, and it looks like they're using different formulas to calculate the assessment. We want the assessment to be generated in one spot so that it seems like it's all the same. So the province agreed and took on the assessment duties, but on the caveat that industry would pay for that assessment. So they would pay for the services of assessing that property. So there is you'll see once we get to the tax rate bylaw that there is a special rate that's applied to designated industrial properties for the service of assessing that property, and they pay that through us, through the tax notice. And then there's farmland. And farmland is assessed based on a formula that includes quality of agricultural value and other things. I'm not 100% sure what all the criteria is in the assessment of the farmland, but we get that assessment from the province, and then we can Clearwater County can apply a separate tax rate to those farmlands or agricultural assessed properties. Is there any questions on that part? Oh, there, I got a slide about that. So non-residential, in the case of linear and designated industrial property, are not valued on market value. They're valued on a formula that's takes into consideration the materials used to construct those properties. Farmlands assessed by the province. All farm outbuildings are exempt from property tax. So it doesn't matter how many buildings are on that farm property, the only piece of property that is taxed is the land. And of course, everybody has their own residence that's separate from their business, so that property is assessed at residential.
I would maybe ask a question around the purpose of assessing those buildings that aren't part of the tax structure then? So if we're assigning a value to those farm buildings, why do we do that? Obviously, there must be quite a bit of energies if we're not going to recover any assessment value that would be taxable. Just wonder some of the logics behind that.
Question. Past, yes, it's true that all farm buildings associated with a farm operation were exempt from tax. But here in Clearwater, I instituted just in the prior year that we would start tracking the value of these farm buildings because they are valued when farm property does sell in the marketplace. And from time to time, depending on ownership and how the farming operation is going, the buildings may be changing in use. Whereas because we're not inspecting that property every year, the owners may, and I come across this quite a bit when I'm doing inspection of farm properties where I'll talk to the owner and I say, oh, I see you're using this Quonset for, storing hay, and I see that building over there. You've got some personal vehicles in there, and you're still using part of it for farms, so what would be a fair way to assess that property? And they would tell me, oh, well, half and half. So that way, half the building would be exempt for farm use, and then the other half would be taxed at the residential rate because it's storing their personal vehicles in there or whatever personal items. So from time to time, that's the reason that we're starting to track these numbers. And this is the first year that the property owners will see a separate line item on the notice that identifies farm use buildings. There'll be an assessment value, but there'll be zero tax associated with those buildings. So that's just something that I've instituted just to try and track the value going forward, and because the use of those buildings may change in future years. So we don't know exactly, and because we can't inspect every property every year, we like to have that information at least on our system, and we work with the property owners and explain why we're tracking it and how we're tracking it. And yeah, it's good information for them too, because when they are buying and selling their farm property, obviously those buildings have value to potential purchasers. So that's the logistics behind tracking those values.
Well, thank you for that, and I think that gives a great baseline if in a future date that farmstead is part of a subdivision type consideration, and I think it gives a good baseline for a fair process there. Thank you for that.
And again, most properties have a mixture of assessment classes. For example, a residential property could have some ag land or a piece of property that is being used in the operations of a business. So the value of the assessments are taxed at the different rates depending on the class that they're noted in. So if you have a quarter section that has a house and they're using it in their cow-calf operation, then their house and that 3-acre parcel that's deemed personal use would be assessed in a residential class and taxed in a residential class. And then the rest of the land would be assessed by the province in the farmland class and taxed at the farmland rate. So how does the purse relate to the budget for 2022? So the funds required from the community purse, $63,100,071 goes to operating programs and services. Now this includes $20 million, or just it's a little more than $20 million for depreciation of the tangible capital assets that have been used or will have been used in the year 2022. So some, there's been different philosophies about how to fund that and how those monies, if that money is actually collected from the ratepayer and then put aside for future capital use, or a different number. As long as there is future planning for replacement of those capital assets. That's the important piece, and that goes to speak to that asset management policy that needs to be developed in the strategic plan. We need to know what assets are being used, when their useful life will be done, and when they need to be replaced, and make sure that the infrastructure that's required for Clearwater County is being looked after and funded appropriately. So capital expenditures in 2022 amount to $52,379,099. So again, surplus saved for the future projects is $5,139,000. So you can see in 2022, we used up just over $20 million worth of capital assets, and we're putting aside $5 million. But we're also spending $52 million on assets. That some of that you will see on the other side when we're talking about funds that are going into the community purse to fund this are coming from that restricted surplus, those funds that you've already set aside in previous years to fund future projects. You see how that comes into play in 2022. The principal payment on the long-term debt, we still have a few years left on the Westview Lodge project that with the seniors housing that was built in Clearwater County. It was a strategy of Council of the Day to fund that through debt. And revenue sharing for our neighbor that we utilize some of their infrastructure to access our residents, and they receive a portion of the revenue generated in that area. So total required, including amortization for 2022 is $121,758,802. So when we look at the funds going into the community purse, it has to equal that. For if we take the purse separately and say, okay, now we got to figure out just 2022 because that's what legislation says we have to do. We take kind of a pocket out of that purse and say, okay, this is what we're going to do in 2022. So user-funded revenue is $7 million, $228,163. So that is those things that are the sale of goods, the sale of services like tax certificates, or anything that Clearwater County provides to a stakeholder that we charge for. Capital grants, $16,771,000. That's funding mostly from the province to fund specific capital projects within Clearwater County in 2022. Just about the $30 million mark is coming from restricted surplus in 2022 to fund that $52 million worth of capital expenditure that's happening, that was saved for by past councils and put into restricted surpluses to fund those specific projects, so that we wouldn't have to, that Clearwater County wouldn't have to tax the residents in that year the whole amount that was going to go into building those infrastructures. The amortization is added back in because it's a non-funded amortization at the moment. And tax revenue, the balance is the tax revenue that's required for 2022, and that's $92,478. So again, back to that agenda item from earlier, when you affect the budget, you have to affect both sides. Where's the funds coming from? Where's the funds going to? Keep that equal. Any questions about that? Again, you know, there's the amount of things that are being funded from the community purse just increase and increase and increase. There's just no end to the amount of things that the community thinks should be funded via the community purse, right? So it's the job of council to determine what level of services is more efficient to be funded through the community purse than by users. That's it. So maybe I'll just speak to the restricted surplus policy. Will be coming forward. We're also finishing up the year-end financial statements for 2021 with the auditor, and then at the next strategic planning session, we hope to have the restricted surplus accounts for you and get into a deeper conversation about what are the things that are important to Clearwater County and which ones are the ones that are efficient to be funded through a community purse, or which ones are legislated to be funded through a community purse. That's also increasing. 100 years ago when the community purse was started, or 150 years ago, it wasn't thought of that the community had to fund anything. It was all based on what the leaders of that community decided would be best funded through a community purse. And now there's things that are legislated that have to be funded through the community purse. So. Okay, so we're gonna move into the tax rate bylaw.
I would maybe have one question.
Yeah,
while we
absolutely.
still have Rob in the hot seat as well. One of the questions I've had posed to me a number of times is related to the assessment of agricultural properties. I know that's done, as you've shown today, by the province. There seems to be a disconnect between that number and the market value of properties, and I wonder if there's any sort of indication from the province when and how they adjust those numbers, and I just kind of getting an understanding of that number that's there.
Okay, well, when the province of Alberta switched to market value assessment policy, which was in 1995, the consideration was that although they were going to a market value system, if they switched all farmland to market value, well, there was going to be a great burden on the farmers of Alberta. And the farmers of Alberta carry a lot of weight at voting time. So the politicians in their wisdom decided to regulate that rate. And the regulated rate for farmland in Alberta is $350 an acre. And for irrigated land, it's $450 an acre. And that's the starting point. So then they also have, we have land maps, land use or land class maps for the entire province. So each municipality has their own access. And back in the day, I think those, we used to have paper copies before the computers came along, and those original assessors basically took that information on the various fields in each quarter section kind of thing and transferred all that data into the farmland valuation system. So each assessor in Alberta has got access to the class or the specific quality of farmland within their jurisdiction. I believe in the basement here we have those original paper maps still, and then they've been transferred into the current assessment system that I'm using, the software system. But in the end of the day, I mean, so you end up like there's no farmland that's 100% perfect. Like that would be $350 an acre with no quality adjustments. So the quality adjustments come into play like stoniness, topography, drainage, swampland. So those various classes are incorporated into the end valuation. So that system hasn't changed, and it has come up I would say in the last 5 to 10 years at various times that certain groups come forward and say, well, farmlands, we're subsidizing farmers because we're not assessing their land at market rates. And but it's a political decision. So people may put those opinions forward to their politicians, and then politicians, the ruling party of the day has to consider whether they want to change the system in any way. And at this point, there has never been enough traction to really change that system, just because of, politics is there's a lot of interests, and a lot of lobbies that come forward, and there's never going to be 100% agreement on that. So at this point, there still hasn't been a change for that original system. But I guess it's up to the ruling party of the day, and it's up to, I guess, any kind of lobby group that wants to come forward and put forward a different way to assess farmland. But to me, it would be a very difficult thing to do, but again, it's up to the ruling party of the day if they want to try and adjust that system from the current format that it's in. So we just apply the legislation going forward, and if there ever is enough political will to make a change in that system, I guess it'll certainly be discussed and debated to the nth degree before there's an actual change in legislation, I would venture. So that is the short history on that.
Yeah, I might just add one additional thing to that, is that each council can make the decision to raise the rate for farmland. It's separate, right? So no matter if the farmland is assessed at $10 per parcel, it is up to council to decide what the rate they apply to that assessment is. And if it's the desire of council to keep taxes for farmland low, then the rate stays low. If it doesn't have to, the rate does not have to equal residential rates. It does not have to equal non-residential rates. It's its own separate rate. So no matter how the province changes the assessment or the assessment formula or value, it's up to each individual council to decide the rate for that farmland.
And part of my point was to indicate that within that assessment, there is really no integral mechanism to adjust that rate that's been used in the past. So if we as a council choose a certain rate, we can be assured that that really isn't going to be offset by something the province chooses to do overnight and create a different assessment level for farmland.
Right. Whatever they decide to do, assessment will happen provincially. It will be in every municipality. That being said, the rates are not equal across the province. Like the rates for farmland in Clearwater County do not equal the farm rates in Mountain View County, do not equal the rates in Lacombe County, do not equal the rates in Brazeau County, right? So.
Okay.
And just historically in Clearwater, our farmland tax rate has been somewhere between the residential and the non-residential rate. And I believe that's probably accurate for most municipalities in the province. The only stipulation on rates that has come in recent years is the province mandated that the non-residential rate be no more than 5 times the residential, or the non-residential rate be no more than 5 times the residential rate. And some communities have had difficulty because they're already over that ratio. Fortunately here, we haven't been close to that ratio that was set by the province, but that's one of the things that, you know, sometimes can come down that wasn't based on the politics of the day. So.
Yes, historically Clearwater County keep under that 3 times ratio, so we're well under the 5. And I think I haven't calculated it on this new bylaw, but I would say it's probably a little bit over that at the moment. So if we can just bring up the tax rate bylaw agenda item and the bylaw, please, Tracy. Yeah, the bylaw is good. Yeah. So the bylaw encompasses 4 requisitions. The provincial school tax requisition, the municipal tax requisition, the seniors foundation tax requisition, and the designated industrial property assessment tax requisition. So 3 of these are requisitions that we, as Clearwater County, collect on behalf of other organizations. So we collect the provincial school tax requisition and forward that on to the Alberta government. The Seniors Foundation is collected and forwarded on to the seniors housing in our municipality, which ours is the Westview Lodge within the town of Rocky Mountain House. And the designated industrial property assessment tax is forwarded to the assessment division for the province that goes to pay for the assessment service for that, those industrial properties. The bylaw you see before you assumes a 0% tax rate increase, which results in a surplus compared to the original budget. And the original budget is increased by the adjustment for the purchase of the AFRAX radio, which was decided last meeting. So the surplus, including that, is just over $455,000. So even though rates stayed at the same rate, and I think this is the 4th year, there would be more tax revenue collected because assessments raised. The school requisition has increased by $305,000. However, this is being offset by past year's collection of $802,000. So what that means is that what the province has requested for 2022 provincial school is $300,000 more than it was last year. But Clearwater County has an over-under school levy, and every year that there is uncollected school requisition, Clearwater County requisitions the whole property base again for the amount that was paid to the province that we didn't collect in the previous year. So in 2021, $802,000 of the provincial school requisition was collected that we previously had requisitioned again because it hadn't been paid for by the previous property owners. So what Clearwater County has been fortunate in that some of these oil companies that hadn't been paying their property taxes have come into a position where they can now afford to pay their property taxes and have caught up their past outstanding levies. And this goes to a credit to the properties that, so there is a decrease in the amount that the Clearwater County resident or ratepayers will see for their school requisition of $500,000. So the school requisition rate will decrease even though the 2022 requisition increases by $300,000.
And a question I would have, the school requisition is based on a percentage of the overall tax assessment or the amount of monies that would be coming in?
Right, so how the province decides how much to requisition, they actually base theirs on a percentage of their overall education, what they spend on education throughout the province, and they only fund that through property tax of 33%. So 33% of their overall budget is funded through property tax. When each municipality uploads their assessment values by the end of February, then the province goes along and says, okay, each municipality has to be within plus or minus 5%. And they bring everybody to zero. So they adjust, if Clearwater County's assessment on average is 2% lower than what they think the value should be, they up our assessment and they call it an equalized assessment. So that means that they put every municipality kind of on the same playing level so that Clearwater County's assessment value should be the same ratio as the Village of Caroline or the Town of Rocky, so that they're all paying a percentage based on their assessment value of the properties that are not school exempt, so the properties that are paying the school requisition levy. There are properties that are exempt from school requisitions. Yeah, it's very complex.
Thank you. Additional questions? Comments? Anybody?
So this bylaw, for a second time, has a penalty date noted in April of the following, of the year following the levy. So this is to encourage payment of unpaid taxes before the first penalty date in September. If if the last penalty date is in December, there is no incentive to pay outstanding taxes until September of the following year. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice will be May 20th. Just based on the bylaw, we'll need 3 readings by the end of next meeting to meet that date. If that doesn't happen, then we would have to move it to the following 2 weeks after that, which isn't a burden at all. So yeah, you'll see in the bylaw where that $48,092,478 is the amount that we are levying for municipal taxes for through our stakeholders for 2022, and that's the amount. And how it was calculated, it was on one of the slides in the PowerPoint for the community purse. This is the amount that is required to fund all of the programs, services, infrastructure, and everything that is included in the 2022 budget.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was noticing that the revenue sharing is for Tasman County, the 740. Do we not have something similar with Rocky Mountain House, or is it just called something different?
It's not a revenue sharing because it's not based on the revenue that is collected through Clearwater County. There's a grant in place that Clearwater County gives to the town of Rocky Mountain House based on some different criteria, but it's not based on the revenue that we collect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson.
I think you know that I'm gonna ask this question, or was gonna be asked, how far are we on unpaid taxes? Are we catching up on this? Or can you enlighten us on where we stand with that?
Absolutely. Fortunately, we've received a couple of payments within the last 3 weeks, and we are like where we would have been before COVID. We're back to what I would call a normal collection amount, less than $1 million outstanding. Yeah.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In strategic planning, we talked about the idea of like operations net zero, right? Where the money we get from taxes equals out to the money that we are spending on user fees, operational costs, like all of those would equal out to being zero. So we weren't constantly dipping into the savings account to cover operational costs. Are we getting close to that with these changes in assessment value? Does my question make sense? I'm sorry if it.
Are you wondering if we collect enough in taxes every year to cover our operating costs?
Well, or to get closer to that.
We always collect more than what it costs for operating year to year. We always budget for a surplus to go into funding that infrastructure deficit. It's, again, that asset management plan will go a long ways to explaining what infrastructure is required and how we maintain that and fund for future replacement and or expansion of infrastructure that is needed in Clearwater County, I think. And then that, along with the restricted surplus policy, I think go hand in hand. And I think Clearwater County is in a great position. We past councils have done a great job on minimizing spending where they could and taking advantage of lower prices to construct infrastructure when it was economically beneficial to do so. And it's put Clearwater County in a really good position financially. So I think when we have those two documents and look forward to what the nuts and bolts of the strategic plan are, like the strategic plan in itself is a great document, but it doesn't tie to your budget at this point. So it's great to have these values and the tasks associated with them, but really what this document, along with the operational capacity review and figuring out what are the priorities, which things does Clearwater County want to spend its money on to move forward in these goals? Because honestly, we probably can't do them all, right? Unless we increase taxes. So what does council want to do? That will be decision that you'll need to make over your term about which are the specific projects, which are the specific services that you think are indeed necessary and economically beneficial to the ratepayers of Clearwater County to be funded through a community purse. And then calculate, you know, does those goals fall within the tax rates that are, that Clearwater County passes every year? Or do we need to tax higher so we can grow this community? Or do maybe we have enough in restricted surplus to grow this community? But I think we just really need to tie those documents together, tie our budgets to the nuts and bolts of what comes out of your strategic plan. And it's going to take some time and some resources, but it's a really great thing to do. It's a really great thing to do.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. So when we were doing strategic planning and budgeting, I thought that we had about an $8 million gap that we were trying to figure out how to fund. I thought we had about an $8 million gap that had to come out of savings, so to speak, rather than being funded.
Well, that was including the $52 million worth of capital infrastructure that you were doing, right? So really, yeah, it's a decision on whether those capital projects are a priority. Are they to maintain the level of service that's being provided currently? Is it efficient to maintain that out of a community purse, or does it look better to do it privately? And you know, asking those hard questions, which services should come from a community purse and which ones should be funded by a user group? You know, those are hard questions for someone in public office because, you know, yeah.
So, and thank you. And speaking of hard questions, one of those ones that comes up from time to time is the concept of amortization and what that is. Mm-hmm. And I guess
sure,
if you can have you know, the Reader's Digest version of that, or a very simplistic view of it would be terrific to be able to share that with our viewers.
Sure. So the capital assets that are assigned a value, which is typically the value that it costs to purchase it or construct it, is expensed year over year in the year that that asset is being used up. So if you buy a pickup truck for your personal use, you're not going to use up that truck, that whole life of that truck in that first year. So what you're going to do is use up maybe a tenth of it, because maybe that vehicle is going to last you 10 years. So every year you should be putting away or expensing, I mean, those are two separate ideas, but if you're using up a tenth of that truck, then you expense a tenth of that truck in that year. And so in the case of bridges, it's maybe 75 years that bridge is gonna last, or the roads are 50 years, facilities are 50 years, you know, so you want to use up. So what we used or budgeted to use in 2022 of the capital assets that we've already purchased or constructed is $20 million. So out of that $20 million, do we need to reconstruct those assets eventually? Do we need to repurchase some of them? Because that includes the graders, that includes the roads, that includes the bridges, that includes all of the assets that are used by the citizens and stakeholders of Clearwater County. And 50 years from now, they're going to need another bridge. So if we take all of those bridges, which I think it's like close to 180 bridge structures in the county, you can either decide to fund 4 or 5 of them a year over 75 years. That's a good asset management plan if they all fail in the right order, in the right year, so that you're equaling that out over the years, but that doesn't typically happen. So you should be putting money away for that. And a good way to do that is say, okay, 1/75th of those bridges are getting used every year. So then you put that money aside, and then you take out of that every time you do a bridge. So that's how the restricted surplus is supposed to work. But there's a lot, it's not as simple as just doing that for everything. So it's, you have to look at every class of asset, how long their useful life is, some roads last longer than others. Some roads only last 10 years and some last 50. So there has to be some flexibility also, but does that answer the question?
Thanks for a great explanation of a complex thing. So, thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The conversation around amortization brings up another question for myself, being obviously things are gonna age at a different rate as they get older, so the truck example, where if it's good for 10 years and you're taking 10%, but wouldn't it be more like 1 or 2% that it's actually using up in the first couple of years, and 15% as it gets older? Because as things get older, they potentially require more maintenance. So is that why we're looking at making sure we have a really good asset management plan so that we can make sure that we're amortizing things appropriately over the next several years?
I think that if you're typically for as many assets as Clearwater County manages, you can average that and say, okay, like that truck's gonna last 10 and maybe one lasts 12, but maybe one only lasts 8. And you can take a good average, and I think it's good fiscal responsibility practices to take the same amount every year so that it's knowable. You can budget, you can have the same amount of dollars or get the same amount of dollars from stakeholders every year so that it's not a surprise. It doesn't go up and down, but there is a lot to it because there are many thousands of assets owned by Clearwater County.
So determining, sorry, somebody else.
Go ahead.
So making sure that we're determining where the best place to, for lack of a better word, to get out of that asset, because we're now, it's now costing us more than it's actually worth to maintain, with ensuring that we have all the policies and procedures in place to make sure that we aren't hitting that no-go, like where it's costing us more.
Right, and that's the confidence we put in our fleet management team, right? They know when, okay, this next year is probably gonna be okay to use that asset, but the year after, it's time to get rid of it.
Absolutely, thank you.
And I'll go across the room to Rob.
I could just expand on your question there in regards to putting the money away like a 10th of a year. So that money that Ron is speaking to is like for the replacement of that truck. If we're assuming it's going to be a 10-year life, then we're planning to replace it in 10 years. And so like whatever the cost is, 10% a year. But then there's also the everyday operating expenses, which are expensed each year to operate that truck. And say, like we have it on warranty for 5 years, and then in the 6th year, all of a sudden, there's a transmission failure or something major repair. So that's something that you don't plan for, well, you like that's gotta be eaten up in that operating budget for that year. But it's separate from the actual amortization that's for the replacement of that truck in the 10th year. So that's just the difference between like putting it away so much for years for the replacement versus the annual operating costs for that particular asset.
Okay, so, yeah, is there any questions on the tax rates? I'd love to hear where you guys are sitting with the tax rates. And yeah, I guess I'll leave it to council.
Councillor Swanson.
Most of us had listened to the ATB, Mr. Todd Hirsch's financial outlook last week in Kananaskis, and he did indicate that interest rates are not a possible, but a probable of going up in the next little bit. And we do know with inflation and everything else, and oil and gas going up and everything else, that our residents are going to be feeling a pinch. I guess where I stand, if everything is good for what's happening, how you've outlined it, Rhonda, I'm okay with leaving the tax rate at 0 this year.
I guess I would make a comment or two as well. I certainly understand the community is coming off of a difficult number of years, as well as an oil and gas industry that's showing great signs of growth now, recovery as well. I know there's suggestions out there that somehow we should be shifting the burden of tax more towards that recovering industry. And I just, I don't know if we have an opportunity to consider that at this moment. I certainly am supportive of keeping the line on taxes this year, just to allow our citizens and our economy to recover as much as possible. But yeah, the suggestion has been out there that there's some ability, as it does anytime we've shown a positive number in a certain industry for a very short time, even people start looking to that industry as solving their problems. And I think we want to be cautious of that being the only solution out there. But anyway, I just look forward to council's perceptions of the tax rate. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I agree with you both. I think that if we've been able to make it work with it being with the current revenue stream that we were able to work with in the last budget, and I would anticipate that this council can do the same in December again. And even if that means we need to look at the operational, because it wasn't called a service level, we changed the name. So operational ability, capacity review, sorry. Taking hard looks at some of those things if we need to. But again, like Councillor Swanson said, allowing our residents to have the level of stability that this council can currently offer them, I think would be a very good thing.
Any other comments? I might just chime in one thing, of course, one thing that's been, and I will go to Councillor Ratcliffe right after I cluck away here for a minute, but there is of course, that holiday, if it would be, from assessment being added through some of the industry developments. There has been a provincial holiday from those assessments coming into play over the next number of years. And I think there's always a suggestion, is there any way to reduce the length of time that perhaps that holiday is in effect? We see the oil and gas industry showing some very strong numbers, and I think it's there may be a very good opportunity to lobby both our provincial representatives and industry representatives to come to some level of consensus of whether that's an appropriate concession at this moment as well. And I think that's been pretty widely circulated, and so I just thought I'd bring that up as a topic of conversation, or at least a thought process at the moment. And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. It's going to take me more work to catch up with Ron on all this, but I am certainly in favor of 0% tax increase.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Swanson again.
Your last comments actually raised, I thought, an idea when I looked over our strategic plan, and we talk about local community engagement. And yes, there is a certain sector of our industries that are having a tax holiday, and maybe that would be their opportunity to, maybe in lieu of the taxes that they would have paid, to put some more investment back into our communities as a will of good faith.
And I agree. There's certainly lots of opportunities for them to sponsor much of what the community sees as a benefit to life within the community, and certainly provides a positive image of an industry that we give and take a lot to. So, Councillor Cermak, I haven't heard your comments yet on this.
I agree. 0 increase.
Okay.
And if we have to cut services to do it, I think that's what we have to do.
Thank you.
But by the look of what I've seen, the numbers, that we should be able to cover it the way it is. With the revenue coming in and expenses going out, looks like we should have a little bit of a surplus left.
Thank you. And I'm gonna kind of prod Sydney if she can hear us, if she would like to kind of give her perspectives.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would just echo what everyone is kind of saying. I would be supportive of the 0% increase.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty. Yeah, 0% increase in taxes, and I agree with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Mac's comments, and really all the rest of council as well. So, yeah, that's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Now maybe, Councillor Milhoff?
Go ahead.
Clearwater County has seen an increase in assessment that isn't noted here because of the tax holiday also, that Clearwater County will see that benefit of taxable assessment once the 3-year holiday is up, so.
So one more other question I would have around that holiday of assessment. With that, when that period of time, that 3 years is up, do we deal with full assessment from that point on, or is there an opportunity for those industries, to depreciate their capital assets through that 2 or 3 year period of time? So are we going to be dealing with a smaller smaller assessment base when we come off of this period, or is it kind of set at the beginning when it's initially a set and then move forward? I don't know if there's any, and Rob has got his light on. He's going to wade right into this one.
As I recall, the first year total assessment value that is receiving the holiday is approximately $65 million in assets. And these are oil and gas assets that typically will last decades. So even if they're going to be, like the first year now will be, and if it's on a 3-year holiday, it'll receive 2 additional years of depreciation. I don't think the amount of depreciation would probably be negligible versus the total value of the assets. And even if the amount of, like these, the program was installed by the government to encourage these oil and gas companies to do new drilling. This is only in effect for new drilling. And so those new assets will still only be 2 or 3 years worth of depreciation if the holiday ends at the 3-year period. So I would still, and assuming that we get the same or a similar investment in each of the following 2 years, you're looking at almost $200 million in assets. And if you multiply that by the non-residential tax rate, that's a substantial increase in tax revenue on her horizon in 3 years. So again, it was installed by the ruling political party, and we don't know even who the leader is going to be, maybe in another month or so. But politics can change and policies can change. But based on if that program goes through to the full 3 years, I would anticipate we'll still have a good, as well, most of the municipalities in Alberta that have oil and gas assets like ourselves will see that increase put a nice kick into the tax coffers come 2025.
Thank you for that, and we'll sit here with bated breath, holding our breath for the next 3 years while we watch the lightning speed of the provincial decision makers. So it's exciting. Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, we were on the topic of industry holidays. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the potential for this council looking at an aggregate levy to potentially take the burden off of requiring our residents to have an increase if that is needed in the future. I would really like our council to take a good look at our aggregate policies, and maybe it won't be needed. Maybe this council won't see that that's a requirement, but I think that we would be remiss if we were to exclude the fact that our aggregate industry in Clearwater County does have a holiday, so to speak, currently as compared to other municipalities. So I think it would be important for us to have a good look at that in the next coming months to see how this council would like to approach aggregate levy.
Thank you for that, and I know even through the industry is very supportive of the aggregate levy, so it's maybe the time has come for us to look at the importance of that for future plans as well. Any additional, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Just wanted to kind of share an overview of the budget and this exercise as well. Clearwater County has been very fortunate in terms of its assessment base over the years, and we're fortunate again this year that that assessment base has increased and enabled council to make a decision that would hold tax rates where they currently are. That's not to forget that inflation is affecting us too. Fuel prices, we expect, are going to be significant over the next year. General inflation prices of acquiring new equipment, replacement equipment, like we talked about, that's continually increasing. But the fact of the matter is this organization runs lean. We are extremely efficient, and administration is continually looking for ways to, again, find more efficiencies. So that, coupled with our fortunate situation where the assessment's going up enough that we can hold rates steady and still make the revenue that we need to pay for operations, replace capital equipment, and put money away for the future. We've been extremely fortunate. If that situation was to turn around in the future and we start seeing our assessment values go down, as many municipalities are, then that becomes much more challenging. So just wanted to share that it's good financial management, it's good governance and diligence by this council and previous councils before them that have brought you to this place today, that you're able to share that with the ratepayers of the county.
Yes, thank you for that, absolutely. It only takes a trip to the grocery store, through the Tim Hortons drive-through, or to the gas pumps to recognize how much the cost of living has went up over a number of years. And really congratulations and thanks to administration and staff for working hard to find efficiencies within the organization that for many years in a row now we've been able to hold the line on tax increases. It's a remarkable accomplishment in my view over what we've experienced in the last number of years to be able to do that. So, and thank you to council for seeing that as an important part of building a community. So I am looking for a motion to consider first reading of this tax bylaw. So would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, looking at the clock on the wall again, I know we do have some appointments coming up later on, but I think this allows us to take a look at reports. So that would be item 12.1 first, and I'll go across the room to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. So the interim CAO report. First item is the Community Planning Association of Alberta 2022 annual conference. It's taking place May 2nd to 4th in Leduc. There's some information within the report on what the topics are going to be, and if anybody wants to attend, council authorization would be required.
Councillor Swanson.
With that, I'll make a motion that council authorize those that are interested to attend the conference in Leduc.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor then?
In favor.
That's carried.
Second item in the report, elected officials education program, virtual course, council's role in service delivery, coming up over 4 sessions, and the dates and times are listed there. And as per policy, council remuneration for attending would be at a per diem rate. Third item, the interim CAO, which is me, will be attending virtually the Genesis Annual General Meeting, voting on the annual financial statements and any other matters that come forward before the committee and the membership on behalf of Clearwater County, and that will be on April 14th. Fourth item, Campus Alberta Central. seeking applications from individuals interested in serving as a public member on the CAC Advisory Council. And there's a document attached to the report that provides additional information, and the application deadline is April 19th. Item 5, Clearwater County is asking residents to complete a survey to help with preparation of a solid waste and recycling management master plan for the county. Plan will outline long-term strategy for collecting, managing solid waste and recycling services, sustainable and fiscally responsible manner. Survey is going to be available online on our website. It's going to also be available in hard copy at the county office, transfer sites, and it was also included a hard copy edition with the February-March edition of the County Highlights newsletter. Deadline to complete the survey will be May 20th.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just bringing up the highlight that was circulated. I obviously received the highlight, and then the next day I received almost the exact same information in a separate letter about the egg services, and it was all in the highlight information. So the cost to send out the highlights and the cost to send mail outs to the general population, it would be great if going forward it can be avoided to send out duplicate information.
Don't disagree with you whatsoever, and we actually explored that looking for efficiency, but the Agriculture and Community Services Department actually received a grant that included their mail out, and we weren't able to add ours into that.
Oh.
So as good news as it is that it wasn't an extra cost for the county, yes, it was a duplication, but in this case it couldn't be avoided.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 6, administration's been notified that the Rocky Mountain House and District Minor Football Association was successful in receiving approval for $112,861 Community Facility Enhancement Program grant, typically known as a CFEP grant. It's intended to be utilized in the installation of lighting at Curtis Field. Once installed, the lighting will improve functionality, increase opportunities for usage of the field. As a reminder, during budget deliberations, this council committed to provide up to $62,500 towards the project and included it in its 2022 operations budget. The town is also committed to providing a similar amount for the project. And the last item, economic development update, and I refer you to the attached report prepared by Clearwater County's Economic Development Officer, Jerry Pratt.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the CA or interim CAO? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Revlon. I don't have a question. Just wanted to say that I appreciate that this economic development update was included. It opens another window into what the county is doing and the conditions it faces. And wanted to say I appreciate that it's there.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any additional questions? Tracy Lynn, can we do all the reports as one motion to accept, or do we need? Okay, thank you for that. So that leads us on to item 12.2, and that is Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services 2021 report, and I think that's been circulated. I don't know if you want to highlight anything there at all. Any questions related to that report? Lots of great data there. I see new trucks starting to show up here, ready for the fire season, or the busiest part of our year as far as fires. Councillor Melhoff.
Thanks, Steve. I love this document, by the way. It's super easy to follow, really explains a lot, even for people that may or may not understand our fire service, and I love that there's pictures. I do have some questions with regards to medical first response and how that is impacting our service and our residents, not only with call time, call volume, but also our service as a whole. It puts a huge strain on our brigade membership. to provide that service to our community, which is great that it's there, but it also comes at at a high cost to our constituents as well. So if you could just overview some of that, I'd appreciate that.
I would agree with you, Councillor Milhoff, and those costs are not only monetary, but in terms of time, energy, strain on our membership as well. So I think it's positive that the Alberta government is looking at the ambulance service throughout the province. Hopefully some good will come of that and some better service provision from that area that will take the strain off of our fire membership service.
Absolutely supplemental, please.
Thank you, Eve. Are we exploring opportunities on some cost recovery from us, from that download from the province? That's a service that they should be giving to the residents. Are we trying to cost recover some of that burden?
We have no legal provision to do that at this point. We can always send an invoice. I'm very doubtful it would be paid. But my understanding is that RMA is looking at bringing that forward as an issue to the provincial government. And if that was successful, then that would give us a gateway to potentially recover some funding.
Sure.
It's my understanding that there's some municipalities that have actually started up a class action to start trying to recover some of these costs. I'm curious if that is something that Clearwater County would like to investigate further to see if we can join in on this with our other municipal partners.
Yeah, we'll certainly investigate that. We haven't received anything to date in terms of an invitation to join that, but we can reach out and get more information on that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm muted or not here. No, okay. I come from a community that photo for Nordic Fire Station shows a number of people. Actually, only one of those people who lives there is available on a regular basis. So that raises questions about staffing there.
Mr. Hagan?
Perhaps, Councillor Ratcliffe, I could ask you to clarify what the question is.
The question is, what can be done to reach the availability of the fire service in the morning?
Okay, my understanding is that we've had a fairly successful recent recruitment to the Nordegg area. Of course, we would like as many members to be located in Nordegg as possible. Obviously, that results in faster response times. But the reality is that many of the Nordegg residents are seasonal or haven't come forward in terms of joining that force. So we do need to look beyond the area of Nordegg to ensure that we have enough resources that can respond to an emergency situation in or near Nordegg. So yes, it would be an ideal, but we reach farther than that to make sure that the community is protected.
And I might just comment that in the last, about a week ago, and I believe you were there as well, Councillor Ratcliffe, I was very impressed by the response of, it was an awards night at Station 50 or the Nordegg station, and it was very well attended. There was a terrific number of bright, lively faces there, and people that are really interested in serving their community, whether it's on a part-time basis or I think really there is good things just around the corner for that station as well. I think they've been able to manage to protect their community with the resources they have in hand, and I think things, always room for improvement, but I was really encouraged by what I saw there that evening. Additional questions? questions, comments? Now that moves us along then to councillor reports, item 12.3, and I'll go to Division 1.
Perfect, thank you, Reeve. I sent out mine to the team last night, and we've had a very busy couple of weeks since last council meeting, so I'm just gonna do kind of a quick overview, because the report is 3 pages. But some of my the highlights, I went to a SPRIT meeting, which is a Sundry and Area Public Involvement Roundtable down in Caroline at the end of March, and it was fascinating to hear what our lumber industry is doing in our backyard. The mill just to the west of us employs 125 people, and they are still looking for more people, so it's great that they are able to employ many of our residents, and then indirectly employ upwards of 300 people in the surrounding industry. A really cool statistic that I learned is how many trees they reforest in our backcountry, and it's between 6 and 8 million of those little trees every single year that they are planting. It's insane. The lumber industry, as people can tell when they go to the store to buy lumber to build their deck, it's very, very hot right now. However, they are having major problems with trucking. So while they have the capacity to keep up with the industry, they can't get it off their lot. So, we went to EDA last week, and that was something that was echoed throughout that entire conference, the Economic Development Conference, that trucking and trades industries are severely lacking, and we need to work together to try to find a solution to help with that in our communities. But it was a very long meeting. It was 4.5-hour meeting, this SPRIT meeting, but it was fascinating. And if you want to learn about reforestation projects, I'm your girl, because it was a long meeting. Municipal Planning Commission, it's always great to see that we have very full agendas, meaning people are trying to either build something or buy something or change something. It's great to see that one, they're using our planning department to accomplish that task, and two, that the community actually is able to get many of those projects completed. I attended the RMA Indigenous workshop, and you know what I learned the most out of that workshop? How little I know. Like, I know that sounds bad to say, but it really taught me that that workshop was literally just the very beginning of my journey, for lack of a better word, to learning about that history and that culture. And I like to consider myself a fairly informed person, so it's difficult for me to say that I don't know very much about something, and that proved that I have a long ways to go, and I'm looking forward to doing that work. Caroline Seniors Housing Project, that was very well attended. I know we were all there, with 145 people roughly there that evening. And it was very good to see a community coming together towards something that is important to them. And it's my understanding that they are coming to discuss this project with us in the near future. We've discussed the strategic planning at length today already, and it's also great that we've been working on our development plan review, and I look forward to continuing that work. The healthcare team had a mixer in the last couple of weeks as well, where we invited physicians, nurses, EMS. We invited the healthcare gamut down to one of the restaurants on Main Street, and it was great to just see that group to come together and be able to just take a deep breath and just have a meal together and not be run into whatever button was going off or alarm going off in the background, and just see that people were able to take a deep breath, have a conversation, and really start to talk about some of the concerns that they have that we can hopefully solve, so that we can get some more of those people in our community, because they continue to have a major staffing problem at our hospital. So hopefully we can solve that going forward. We attended the Economic Development Conference the last few days, and that was fascinating. And unfortunately for administration, it means my head is buzzing with ideas. So sometimes that may not be the best thing for admin, because that just means I'm going to be sending them email after email of we should do this and we should do this. So we'll see how that goes and when they tell me to stop emailing them ideas. As Reeve alluded to, the fire service had their years of service awards throughout the different stations, and I was lucky enough to be invited by the brigade membership to go to the one at Station 20, representing Condor, Leslieville, and Caroline, and that was one of the stations that I spent the most time when I was in the fire service, so it meant a lot to me that the officers from that station reached out to me to attend, albeit it was a little bit weird to be giving out awards to the brigade members that I trained. That was a little weird, but I was very honored to be there and be invited to be a part of that very special event. So I know I said I'd be quick, so I apologize for being long-winded, but it was a busy couple of weeks.
That's terrific. Thank you so much. Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well, thank you again, and I'll go to Councillor Graham. Can you hear us?
I can, Reeve Lougheed. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, please.
All right. We already touched on strategic planning. I went to the Clearwater Community Policing Advisory Committee meeting, and something Sergeant Dinsdale may have touched on it when he was at our meeting. I'm not sure. But the crime reduction unit is going to continue even with the cutting of 2 RCMP positions, so that's kind of reassuring for the community. The senior housing, I attended an RMA Canada's History and Municipal Role in Reconciliation, and something interesting on that, which I'm yet to download it myself, but there's a Whose Land app that you can download to see what land you're on when you're traveling throughout the province. The Rimbey RCMP Town Hall, Councillor Swanson and I attended this, and they mentioned that where they are coming into Clearwater County, they're really focusing on industry crime and trying to prevent that. The NDP review we've touched on. The Clearwater Community Crime Watch annual general meeting happened recently. I think I'll leave that for Councillor Radcliffe because I'm the alternate for that one. And then the EDA conference, I found that they really reiterated the importance of collaboration, whether it's within a council, whether it's council and administration, whether it's intermunicipal, that collaboration, if you don't collaborate, you're not going to get anything done, and I couldn't agree with that more. And also we're so fortunate because many of the things such as industry, farming, tourism that they spoke about, we're very fortunate to have almost all of those potential tax income streams, I guess I'll call it. And yeah, so we're just a very fortunate county, and that is all I have to report.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Any questions? Well, thanks again, and I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, it definitely has been a busy, excuse me, busy last few weeks, and I also attended quite a few of the same events that our Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Graham attended. I just have maybe a couple of just things for awareness. The Small Town Smackdown in Caroline is on April 16th, and I was just, it's sold out, and we also have the talented local Amber Williams who will be performing there as well. So I think it's a really good turnout. It'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure. And because we're coming into range and pasture season, there's a weed workshop at the Dover Court Hall on May 25th, and I think there's a free supper and also a 10% discount on range and pasture herbicides. And there's also one on June 1st at Leslieville. And just for public reminder to everybody that the MDP review process has begun, and yeah, just raise awareness on that. So that's kind of it.
Super. Thank you so much. Any questions for Deputy Reeve Northcott? Well, again, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Ratcliffe. Neil, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. As I have been traveling for almost a week now, I don't have all my materials to create a report, so most of this will come at our next council meeting. I do want to say that my head is also buzzing with ideas of the opportunities we have coming out of that economic development concert on that very That's all I have for the moment.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Thank you, Neil. I'll move on to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Mr. Lockie. I only have a few things. I also attended the Caroline Senior Housing, that was very well attended. And I think there was like 35 or 40 people that actually viewed it. There was one of the people there that went around and videoed it. So there was 128, I think, at the site. There was about 15 that didn't sign. They didn't want to sign. I think they had 22 people signed up for one of the 2-bedroom apartments already. They put their name forward to it for it. Senior housing is going to come and approach our council and the senior housing board in Rocky, the Rocky Senior Housing. And that's about all I have to say about the Caroline one. I'm pretty excited about the Caroline Senior Housing, as you may tell. But I also was down at the EDA this week in Kananaskis. And I attended one that was a rural immigration. Alberta started it a few years ago, and now it's went across Canada. It's called the Rural Development Network, and they're trying to get people into the immigration that's coming in. 80% of the immigrants that come to Canada want to live in a big city, like Vancouver, Edmonton, Montreal. We're looking at 20% of the people that come here that want to actually go to it. And I think it's great that the Alberta government started it. The Canadian government has taken it on. They're trying to do it. And I do want to say one of the things that really stood out for me was a little town in Alberta, Ontario, which when they started the program, they've got into this program and asked for immigration to come there. They started out with a population of 26, and they now are at 41. And it's all immigrants that have come there to Ontario, Alberta. I think that's a real bonus that we do have some good stuff here in this province. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And any questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, again, thank you, and I'll move on to Councillor Swanson.
Like you guys, thank you, Councillor Melha, for starting it off, because we're all ditto, which is great. Love it. Yeah, great takeaways from last week. And I think we all agree that even with our new strat plan, we're not going to change the strat plan, but we know we can enhance it. So I think it was all good. The only thing to add is on Sunday, I helped with a youth forum here in Rocky from 1 to 4. It was put on by FCSS and dealing with those sensitive topics for teenagers, basically grade 9 and up. We had 20 kids register. It was a lot of good sponsorship from businesses, local businesses that helped. So we fed them, and we had different opportunities for them to go into breakout groups, and literally I was one of the scribes, so word for word what they were saying and what they were feeling, what they were their ideas. So I think this is a one of, and more will be continuing. So that was a positive for the community. The other thing I would like to say that I'm currently at the Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association Conference. I'll be returning back this evening to finish off tomorrow. What I will say is there's a lot of opportunity for Alberta Seniors Housing information in regards to the ministry, talking about board competencies, talking about properties, talking about building up reserves, etc. And I will have a full report for this council at the next meeting. And their keynote was yesterday morning, and his name is Adam, I'm going to butcher his name, Krenek, K-R-E-E-K. He was a gold medal winner from Beijing in the men's 8 rowing. He is a business consultant, and he just rode across from Africa to Florida, and there was 4 of them across the ocean. Anyways, and he told us like a little bit of his that particular trip, but what did he say? He said he had 120, it was basically 3 feet by 3 feet. That was his living space on this particular rowboat going across the ocean. But it was all full of the technology to help track them, you know, solar to, you know, for help, you know, keep everything going. And so it's quite the story. So he did write a book. So if you're interested, or he does have a website, I can share that too. So all good. And that's it for me.
Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much, Michelle. That's terrific. And I can say it's been a very busy couple of weeks. I've looked at my notes here. There's 15 pages of notes. Much of it is from the Economic Development Conference. And even though I attended that virtually, it was very exciting, and I could sense that excitement there. So I'm just going to put administration on notice. I think there's going to be a lot of great ideas coming out of that, a lot of excitement, lots of takeaways, I believe. And ultimately, for me, it's if not us, then who? So we will be talking about a lot of great things that we think can happen coming from that. I'd also like to say I did have the honor and to be invited to Station 20, Station 50, and Station 60 for their awards, 3 separate evenings. I got to strike up old acquaintances, meet new people, and really be proud of the regional force that it's become, the regional service it's become over the last number of years. I got to see people, although that they train to work as a group, there comes those moments that we recognize individual achievements. So I saw people receiving awards for 3 years of service, for 12 years of service, for 20 years of service, and for 40 years of service. Heartwarming to see that level of commitment to the community ongoing and in the past. I feel really a warm place in my heart that service has grown to what it is today. And I know many people had a great role to play in doing that. And I think it's something we should all be extremely proud of at all levels. And anyway, that's my kind of soapbox for the moment. But actually, yeah, I'll just say again, I was so excited about the Economic Development Conference and good things coming from there. So I look forward to what comes out of our last couple of weeks here. So any questions on anybody? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept all reports as presented. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. There's a number of items of correspondence. I don't know if there's anything that needs to be highlighted within those. I hope they've been circulated, so I hope you all had a good chance to look through. Great communication there as well. Then I'd be looking for a motion to accept those for information. Councillor Melhoff was first, and call the question. All those in favor?
In favor. That's
carried. Thank you very much. I think that covers much of the agenda. Any notices of motion? Councillor Swanson?
This is more of an administrative inquiry. Are we going to be bringing, or is it scheduled to be brought up, our procedural bylaw at some point? I did have a few questions or tweaks in regards to maybe a review with this new council and stuff to go over it and talk about that. Would that be planned maybe after the new CAO be hired, or I don't know?
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. It is required once per term, and I would suggest that once a new CAO is appointed, that'd probably be an appropriate time to go over it, and you can work with that person going through it.
Okay. All right. That takes us up to probably a good point to have a recess. We do have a 2:45 start to lead us into a 3 o'clock appointment. So if we can be back here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 2:45. Well, welcome back, everyone. That brings us down to item number 15 on the agenda as well. A little bit of housekeeping before we go into closed session. We need to motion to authorize Ardis Khoury, Sunny Kapoor, and Janine Grunberg for participation in our closed session via electronic communication. So would anybody be interested in such a motion? Councillor Swanson, thank you. All those in favor?
Favor.
And that's carried. Thank you very much. Then I'd be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? All right, I'll call the motion. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. We'll move into closed session. Thank you. We're back again from closed session. We may have resolutions coming out of closed session. I would look for councillors willing to make a motion at this time. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Based on closed session, I would like to move that council issues a written letter of warning as determined in closed session regarding item 15.1, Code of Complaint 2.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And would there be any other motions related to closed session? Councillor Swanson.
Yes, the council directs administration to prepare a bylaw for first reading on April 26th to establish a broadband council committee, and that admin draft related changes to the county's broadband policy adopted on February 27th, 2018.
Great. Thank you for that. I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. Well, thank you very much, Council, for a very long day. Lots of great work, lots of discussion here today, and I think we've made many good decisions today as well. So with that, I would be looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any discussion? In all those in favor?
In favor.
And we're adjourned. Thank you very much.